What's up, guys? Good morning. So we just got the data. It looks like to me this jobless claims was lower. We still have a lower jobless claims. Good morning. If you could hit that like button. And if my mic sounds weird, let me know in chat. I know it's early. There may not be anybody here. Um, so you had a big pull. The dollar bounced. The dollar had a nice bounce. Let's look at this 10-year. Let me see here. It feels good to have coffee, by the way. I haven't had coffee like the past 4 days. So the 10-year, this is. I feel like this is mixed. We have a mixed bag here. Look at the dollar. So why aren't the yields going up? I feel like the dollar should be a representation, not necessarily, but yields. I guess they're going to go to a certain point. So there it is. The shorter term of the yield curve is had the biggest part of the move there, but it wasn't that much. So let's go over the data. What's going on? You had another lower jobless claims, guys. Another lower jobless claims. Like the labor market is too strong. If CNBC is too loud, just let me know. 220 versus 225 was the estimate, right? What was last month? 216, I think. So let me see. No, last month on the initial jobless claims, previously, so 217, 220. Okay, so it ticked up barely, but it's still under the estimates, right? It's still under the estimates, and it's pretty much the same as last month. I mean, they got to get this. The labor market's got to soften. That's just going to take time. It's going to take time. Core PPI month over month 0.7 versus a zero point 0.4. Estimate was 0.2. This might be the issue right here. Core PPI, and then the headline number month over month 0.7 versus zero point 0.3. Estimates 0.4. Come on. So 4.5 interest rate previously 4.25. Retail sales month over month was up just a hair. I thought we would get a lighter than expected number. Now this could be because of kids going back to school, right? That could be where that number comes in. I'm sure if you go back seasonally, this may be a strong month. So let's go into the charts. Let's get our levels. The S&Ps have a really big level right here that I was looking at, guys, at 450 that I was hoping we would get to and possibly reject it. I think, it doesn't really matter. So my target to the downside would obviously be right around this pivot low here, right? Maybe we break yesterday's low and work our way back down to this area here at like 444. So I measured the move to 450. It was like 0.8%. Let's just see if we open up right here where that would be. 444. Okay, so that's the exact same, guys. I'm gonna say our range. If we can get a decent day, guys. If we can get a decent day, you're gonna see 444. If we're not seeing 450, if we're not gonna see 450, I want to say hello 444. So I'll have to wait and see where the 50-day is when the market opens. Right now it's pre-market. The day hasn't started yet. So we'll cover our grounds. We'll go into some trade ideas. We're going to go into the news. So you guys know yesterday, Netflix, Starbucks, right? CEO stepping down. All right, so I want to see what we have here that was moved. That's moved. So crude ports, U.S. crude oil prices top 90 a barrel for the first time since November 2022. Yeah. Analyst calls, BJ's. So let's see here. I want to see the where is our market movers? Oh yeah, you had MGM Resorts with their cyber attacks. I don't know. Did you guys hear about that? If you guys could, let me know if anybody is here or not. Doesn't seem like it. So I've got two sides to this story. All right, I feel like this market may want to trend. Now, see, even on the hourly, that also makes sense too. Um, 440. Let me see here. So, what I'm. Oh, that's okay. I am looking at the spy. So let's go to. So what I want to help you guys with is, you know, understanding where is it that we should be. Everyone's clearly looking at, Amazon made its move yesterday. Apple has is a bit oversold. If Apple gets if it can break, but see, it's got some support down here, and it has a minor gap fill down here. Let's see where. Let me see here. I mean, you can see 175 clearly is an area. Let me see right here. Yeah, 175. I like this area a bit more. If we break, watch if we break yesterday's. I think Apple's a bit overextended. So if we go to the daily chart, it's so oversold. That doesn't mean it can't go lower, because what could happen and what you want to pay attention for, and you're going to notice the reversal, is if we get Apple making a new low and you start getting these indicators making a higher high. That is a sign of a trend reversal. Which I'm not saying it's just turning around to go right back to the upside where it was before. But that this is what I'm talking about with Amazon. I feel like Amazon's could have a trend reversal back down, right? But I'm not going to step in front of it just to step in front of it, because I think it's going to pull itself back. Look how strong it is. Even look at this weekly chart. Look how overdone it is on the weekly chart, right? And it can be overdone for a while. This is something I've noticed, right? 1, 2, 3. It just stays up at 71. Look at this, and look to the left even further. Look how Amazon. Do you notice how this thing just stays up here? So it can stay there for a period of time. This is from July to July. That's literally a full year of just, you did have a pullback here. You had some pullbacks, but there's a big consolidation that just because something is overbought or oversold doesn't mean that it can't just sit there. So this is why I don't want to fight the trend, but I will take notice that this RSI starts trying to put in lower lows and the stock's making higher highs. Then I'm going to look for that positioning with volume and a couple other things that I use. So Amazon was a huge move yesterday. Let's go through some trades and figure out what it is that we're going to do. So to the upside, 450 was the area I was looking for today. I don't know what it is that we're going to do. I really don't. I with this data, it's such a mixed bag. It's like, retail sales. Okay, they came in a bit higher. Okay, well, you just had school season, right? You just had school open up, so therefore, I'm sure seasonally in August is usually a high number, right? People have kids. They're having less kids, right? Um, but nonetheless, they're having kids. Initial jobless claims just above last month, but below expectations. Like that's a problem, right? That's not softening demand. So what do we do? So the short end of the bond joins airlines in cutting profit estimates on higher costs. So we have Delta. Um, and this is another thing you guys want to watch for this news. Um, let's look at the 5 minute. I don't think they trade too much pre-market. Um, they usually don't. Okay. So the S&Ps to the upside, guys. I'm going to be looking for 450 if we can continue to the upside, but it feels to me we're going to have to hold this pre-market low or high right here. Right, you're going to have to hold this area here, which would be making yesterday's high support. Right, we can make yesterday's high support. Then I'm going to look to climb up to 450. That's 0.8% away, roughly, from yesterday's close. Right, it's a clear level if you pull it up. I have a couple other things I want to get into real quick, but I was just wanting to give you guys the level on the SPY. Let me go to the 15-minute real quick, and you guys can see. It feels like we're going like that. We do want to track to the upside. It feels like it wants to, but we got to get above this resistance here. Your resistance is at like 449, 450, right? This here to here. If we break above this area, right? Well, really, you could just draw a line straight across, right? 448.67 ish, right? And you make yesterday's, if we see, we've already kind of pulled back to it. This is going to be tough, right? It's a little tough for me to. That's it, 450 is the upside, and then 444 is going to be the downside, right? Which would be a break of yesterday's low. That's the area I'm looking at. 448 to the downside, 450 to the upside. You get any type of further price action. So 450 to the upside, 444 is going to be the downside target. I think you got a mixed bag data. If you want me to be honest, this data is not good. It's not good. Nothing's getting any better. Jobless claims are still really low. They're not even getting close to expectations or the estimates. PPI is coming in higher, so inflation's coming in higher. Meat prices going higher. Energy's going higher. I mean, at what point and what time does it come when the Fed just says we got to continue to raise rates and they start jacking the 2 year back up? Retail sales come in again high because of maybe seasonality with kids going back to school and whatnot. So I'm gonna be I just so 1/6 counting jobless claims, 1688 versus 169 164. Core PPI 222, retail sales year over year 2.5. So, I mean, year over year, retail sales excluding gas and automotive 0.2. So that actually did come down. So retail sales excluding gas, auto sales 0.2 versus a previously 0.7. So that is a that's a somewhat of a confidence booster. Business inventories come out at 10 o'clock, so we'll be waiting for that. I don't know, guys. I really don't. I still feel like things are things are not cooling. So watch the Fed rate. Go to the Fed rate tool. So if you go to CME, you'll be able to go pull up the Fed rate prediction tool. Just type in whatever Google, and it'll Google will bring it to you. And then look to see where they're trading at. What is the percentage of a rate hike, right, for next week? All right, so I'm going to go find a couple. If you guys could hit that like button, but more so, if you guys have any ideas, tickers, chats, throw them in the chat. What are you guys watching today? Why is this continuously doing this to me? I don't understand. I don't get it. All right. Keep an eye out also for this 447 level. There's actually a level right here. It's a minor pivot high and pivot low level that if we pull it back, you may see it try to hold here. Let me make sure that it's even somewhat important. I mean, I feel like this is the middleman right here, if you want me to be honest. Yeah, 447. It's like it's the high 446s. Let me pull up an hourly chart just to make sure that it's not BS, because it actually. So there's your pivot high. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that or not. So that's pretty much the 50-day. So I don't even have to put anything there. That's our 50-day. But like 446.90, 446.93, 447. Watch that area to see if you do pull back and test it. And you can notice here, look at this. You see the gap? You see that small little gap after hours? So it's just like a small inflection point. Let's look at the Qs and see which is giving us what. What are we getting? What's set up? What's looking? Sometimes you'll get like the SPY will look a bit cleaner than others. So look, the SPY does not look like it's putting in a lower high, right? Here's the Qs. There's the SPY. All right, the SPY is putting in a higher high. Why would that be? Let's look at the IWM and Dow. What's leading? Look at the IWM. It's still falling, guys. The IWM gets up here. This could be an idea. You get the IWM to 185. We're taking a short. Sorry, I had my phone on the charger. I want to see I need to find out what else is going on. If you guys have small caps, any type of questions, tickers, if you could help me, throw it in the chat. So if the Qs, there's the IWM. Let's look at the Dow. So if the Dow is a bit stronger, which a little bit. So if I look how like it's like that is a clear downtrend, but when I look here, we're in an uptrend. So are we getting ready to start seeing a rotation in tech, right? Let's see if we can get the Qs If we can get there. If we can get there. Where was it? I mean, this could technically be a lower high, guys. That could be our lower high right here. I'm going to look for some downside today. We're, the time's moving in on us. I got to hurry up. Yeah, that's... So, yeah, if you guys don't know, there was an intrusion on pretty much MGM. So that's why it's important to really watch your guys' information and who you guys give it to and don't give it to. Alright, so I'm going to look for a resistance right here on the Qs, guys. I'm going to look for a resistance area to be here. Unless it start, like right now, it feels like it's trying to hold it. If you notice, that candle is right now green above my line. If I, it doesn't know what it wants to do. It doesn't know. Hold on. Oh, wow. Yep, I think that's it. I think this is... This could be our lower high, guys. If you guys have any questions, if you could throw them in the chat. I don't know if we get up that high. The Dow doesn't look good. The SPY. This is so weird. Right. I'm so pumped for today. I need to find out what the hell's going on in the markets. I felt like I woke up early enough. I know that Delta Airlines. And then we got to watch. Remember, today is for those union talks. They got to come to an agreement today. I'm not sure if they can push it back or not. And look, we're right at this resistance level on Ford. So on Ford... And I'm not sure, how does my mic sound? Does it sound okay? I mean, I know it's a Blue Yeti and I'm getting another one. I got screwed when I was getting this because I had no idea. Like, if I were to recommend to anyone that does try to do anything like this, go get a Shure mic. And the most important tool you can have is your mic. It really is. I didn't understand the importance of it. Like, you know what I mean? You just don't, you kind of may not think about those things. When you're new to stuff like that, but we have a major resistance level here, guys, that I'm going to look for to see if we can possibly catch some. We got to pay attention to news on Ford, because if they're not making any progress, which it did sound like they were, you know, this thing could come to the downside. It looks like it's trying to hold support. You see it holding support here? See how it's tailing up off of here like they are going to come to a deal? So I'm gonna be watching Ford. I'm gonna watch Apple. I know it's not fun and sexy, but it pays. Alright, it'll pay. Alright, so our 50-day is actually curling down, and we're not too far off of it right now. I mean, because you had a successful hold there. You had a successful hold right here. Previous resistance. It's right around like the low 12s. And it held successfully. So
All right, we're going to take a final check on the markets. Remember, less than half an hour ago, we got the producer prices number. That number on the headline level was hotter than expected. It came in at 0.7% versus an estimate of just
and the markets
0.4%.
don't care.
But if you stripped out food and energy, the number was in line with expectations, 0.2%. That's because
It,
we've seen so much activity in energy prices, oil specifically. You're going to see right now that the Dow futures are up by about 150 points. That's rebounded since we got those numbers. S&P futures up by 20, the Nasdaq up.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get my scanners and stuff going here. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. So we have ARM IPO today. That's right. Well, we have an IPO we could trade today. This fucking computer's pissing me off. So look at Nvidia. This is a nice hold from yesterday. This is actually a really nice support level on Nvidia, guys. I'm gonna be watching Nvidia today. I'm gonna watch Nvidia to see if it can get a bounce higher. It's a bit oversold, but it's all gonna obviously depend on the markets. This is a clear as day, nice hold on Nvidia. Right? There's a really nice hold on Nvidia. Where is our 20-day moving average? 9 EMA up here. Look, it's should meet at right at resistance at 460. So that's a clear hold there. And then you have we still have somewhat of a gap fill up here, guys. I'm curious to know if we could get up to this gap fill or if it's just going to sell off and then go back to it later. So now we have a gap below us and a gap above us. You have gaps everywhere on this thing. So what I'll do is I'll zoom it in. Well, we will. Let's see here. Let me make sure. I don't think there is. Yeah, no. Look. Have you ever seen anything like that? Look how far above it is. Look at that. That's insane. That's so insane. Let's go 4-hour chart. Again, if you guys have any questions or anything, if you guys could hit the like button for me, it helps the stream. Helps it be not so lonely in here. Not so lonely. All right. So I want to get a pullback. If we could get a really nice... Oh, it did it yesterday, I feel like. It feels like it did it yesterday. So this is a 4-hour chart. A 4-hour chart. Okay, a 4-hour chart. I want to see if we can get a pullback on Nvidia right here and make this area support. Right there at that 50-day. If we can pull Nvidia back, then I want to see if we can make a run and gun to this gap fill right here. This gap fill is at like 466, 467. High 466s. Because so you had a failed breakdown here, right? So let's look at this. What exactly am I seeing? I'm seeing that we broke back here. You broke this low, right? You broke it. You pulled back to it. Look at it. Made it resistance, bounce, or it pulls back, finds support, right? Tries to break above it, pulls back. Boom. It just, you know what I mean? And then yesterday, boom, we break it, and then you locked it and locked that 50-day into support. So let's see if we can get a pullback. And hell, even yesterday's high. I'm going to look for high a day on Nvidia. This is my top play. Nvidia, high of day from yesterday. Previous high of day. PhD, previous high of day. Support. That's what we'll do. I wanted to see if we could get it a bit lower, like get it back down here at 453. So I'm going to watch. I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch to see if it decides to, hold this level. And if it doesn't hold it, then I'm going to look for 457 to that 50 day. And the 50 day is going to, it might be up a little bit. Right? It's hard to say. 453. Previous day's high on the 4-hour, which I see it trying to climb now. 457. What is this area? 457.50. 457.50. Hold. For long. Breaks. Now, usually you can go like support 1, 2, 3, your 3 support levels. And then what do you have above you? What are your 3 resistance levels above you? Major and minor levels. 453 is what we would look for the downside. Now, I'm going to look at it both ways as well. 453.50. 453.50. Downside target. So there's a trade idea. All right. So we'll zoom it in. Right. We're going to zoom it in. Come on. All right, let's go to a 30-minute. I know I'm skipping the hourly and stuff. Can you guys see where it is that I'm looking at? Right, this whole area right here is support and resistance, right? It was previous resistance. We broke it. Support, you double bottomed off of it. Look at that run. Pull back, support, support. You broke it. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Now it's back above it. Can it hold? So we got a couple different things going here. See how I played it out? I said we have previous resistance. It breaks up and it held it for a whole month or so, right? Support, support, support. Goes up, right? And after that double bottom here, boop, boop, and then it just ran, right? Double bottom, 3-day run. Starts to roll itself over. What are we doing? We're coming right back into this 453.50 area. Support, support, support. A couple days ago, last Thursday, Wednesday, whatever it was, Monday, whatever, it broke. So then, once that support, major support area breaks, we're going to look for it to become resistance, resistance, resistance. And then yesterday, it was able to break up above it. It broke up above it yesterday. So what I would do is look for an additional pullback to it. But I'm going to look for this level first, right around yesterday's high of day. If we cannot hold yesterday's high of day at like 4, it's going to be an area. I remind you that it is going to be an area. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. That may be a little bit better for us. If this guy isn't like a Chinese Italian mobster, sounds like it. Yeah, this area is so key here. This 50-day is key, guys. So it looks like it's trying to make it resistant. So it looks like we're going to pull back. Looks like we're going to pull back. Nvidia, I'm going to say 453.50 is the area that it's going to work itself to. It can pull back and then rip up and then go back down. You could have a choppy down session to that area when it's not a trade. You want momentum. You want clear direction. You want little pullbacks because it's got it's either got relative strength or relative weakness. All right. Is it just me, or is the SPY really doing what it's doing?
Were hurt yesterday as a result of the European Commission coming out and saying they're ignoring imposing
Alright,
tariffs
so it looks like the market's up at 449 right now. So the SPY, you can see the clear divergence that the Qs are struggling. So there we go, guys. There it goes. Not sure what happened. What am I going to look for right here? All right. So, see, it's already gotten there. 448. Okay, so it's just wicking. This is where we got to be careful. What we say, 449. All right. We also have another level at 450. It's a dollar area. Let me throw in a box. So this is going to be pretty easy today. Not easy like it. Oh, it's just going to be easy. But I'm going to make this a 3 because it's a major level. Alright, so there's that. 450.50 also. So we have like, we could break this thing down into some ranges here. So I want to know what made it wick like it did. Alright, so Nvidia's one. That's one of them. I'm going to look at Tesla real quick.
In other words, the real win is on gross margin, not on growth. And that's a really important consideration. We all want growth. We don't care as much about gross margin. But so far, AI is about gross margin. Make it cheaper. Find out who's efficient. And, and frankly, attrition on people who are coders.
It's interesting, some of the reaction to certainly Oracle's quarter and Dreamforce today is that the promise is there. The execution part is really cloudy. And that's one of the reasons, JP Morgan's take on Oracle yesterday, for example.
Well, look, I thought that we have Oracle World next week.
Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just look at this. So we have 10 minutes till the bell rings. That doesn't look good at all, does it? That does not look like a chart I want to be long at all, guys. I'm sorry. It doesn't. This does not look like a chart I want to be long. That is not a chart I want to be long.
Well, let's just look at all the beach house properties in America and find out how to price it, because we don't want an outlier who then wipes out all of our, all the money, all the savings we have, and that's the kind of prosaic. I mean, I have to tell you, AI is incredibly boring.
So right here, 372 on the Qs is an area to really watch for. Looks like we came down, filled the gap. We're working our way back up. If we get downside on the Qs, my target will be down in this area at 372.59.
This is why you said so much is riding on Adobe.
Oh my God, tonight is so big. Because Oracle was a miss, Adobe has to be a hit.
So Adobe has earnings tonight. That'll be a nice play for tomorrow.
For the UAW and the D3 as this potential midnight strike looms tonight. Plus, in the next hour, Sarah's going to sit down exclusively with Citadel's Ken Griffin, talk about everything from markets to the Fed.
Oh, that's right. Ken Griffin will be on today.
In there, even with some of the swirling around on the hot data today, retail sales up 0.6, looking for 1/10. More Squawk on the Street when we come back.
75. So how is everybody doing this morning? How you guys doing? What do you guys have on watch? I'm just curious to know what you guys are watching today. This doesn't look like a good chart. So look, guys, it feels like to me we're struggling. We still have yet to get up. Like, we've just been sitting here waiting for the market to open, right? Is it just me? Do you feel this? Can you sense how long since 8 o'clock this morning we've been sitting right here? You've just been sitting here, just sitting there, not doing shit. If the market was relatively strong, we're gonna have upside. It's gonna move. At least that's the cues, right? At least the cues. I can say that much about the cues. Now the SPY is regaining itself pre-market. Again, I'm only giving it, I'm going to give it 450. And then I'm going to look to be like, do I have a reason to short? Yeah, the data's not coming in the way it should be. We're not getting improvements. It's starting to get worse. Slowly. This is the start of a, look, the Dow is ripping. So what would we look for? Boeing, Home Depot, United Health, right? Nowhere you should be looking. I mean, it's still a decent look. We broke out. All you did was pull back, hit the 100-day. Now you're trying to be in an uptrend, but these tails got me worried. It's tough. It's tough. It's not that tough, but the IWM is telling you that it's not time. We're going the opposite direction. What's ARK doing? A little bit better, because tech's doing better. It's a little bit better, but it's still not great. That's a huge day. Alright, let's go to Tesla real quick. So yeah, again, you are going to want to watch GM and Ford and whatnot. No, that's a major level. So is this our first break above the 50-day? That's going to be...
Tension in the auto business today. The UAW and Detroit's Big Three remain far apart in negotiations. Union is preparing to strike at midnight. This is what the president of the UAW, Sean Fain, said last night at Alpha Talks. We're making progress.
I want to see if we can pull back. I really do.
We're still very far apart on our
Very far apart. But we're making progress.
to ending tiers, from cost of living allowance to wage increases. We do not yet have offers on the table that reflect the sacrifice and contributions our members have made to these companies. To win, we're likely going to have to take action. And just as we have approached our negotiations differently than we have in the past,
Is that a threat?
we are preparing to strike these companies in a way they've never seen before. Jim, you said,
That's not good.
I think at 20,
I'm going to posit something. The man you saw,
Let's see if we can pull back to that 50-day.
he's coming in and saying, well, they've never seen anything like it. I think there's a nuclear option on the table if he's not careful.
Yeah, if he's uncareful, they could just go out and hire other people.
Don't hear that much. But if you say we're transgenic, we're going to stay at 40%, well, you know what? Monterey. Puebla. Querétaro.
Is the capacity to have that happen? Not overnight.
Mercedes did it in 2 years.
Mercedes did it in 2 years. So Tesla's holding this level. This is another strong one, guys. It's relatively weak up here. It's struggling to get up to this resistance level. I'm gonna do this for us, cause I'm ready to get shit popping, guys. I'm ready to make something happen today. I feel like today is a day that we could get some really good opportunity. So
No, I was unionized twice. One was completely corrupt when I let a wildcat strike and was fired. That was not good.
But in this case, you seem to believe that the automakers have
Well, I just think that this man, and I like the union, you say that they're way behind, the wages aren't the same.
they are.
the point would be that they haven't barely kept up. They haven't kept up with
But
the pace of
20%,
inflation
so
since
you go to
2007.
25. Are they not, is he not satisfied with 25% increase like most of America? What's the most unionized company in America?
America.
It is.
What about the way that they say they're
274 rejection. Tesla 247 rejection, team.
BofA took a crack at that, what they're calling a standing strike, where you go after individual facilities. Their argument is it'd be very difficult and inefficient for any of the operators to coexist with that. So they see likely if it goes that way, it makes sense to shut down, lay off the workers, and restart if and when you get a deal.
All right, so America is allegedly reporting. So I guess you are getting news now that they're ready to sanction some companies that have been helping Russia. So I'm not sure with you trying to be friends and work together with China, how that's not in helping Russia at all. Sounds like to me they don't know what the hell they're doing, or at least they do, but they're just contradicting themselves, and the people are a little, they don't understand. Like, if you're really trying to help Ukraine, like, here's the thing that I'm afraid of with Ukraine is that they're not going to let them in the EU because they're scared of war. Nah, fuck, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's, you do have wars with China. You start a war there, then you got to worry about Taiwan and shit like that. So. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it, team. So, Tesla, 274.50. That's what I'm going to be watching for Tesla for a rejection. We watching Tesla and video. All right, let's go to a 30-minute chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. You did make this support. This is a really nice support level, so I'm going to be patient. I will be patient. I will be patient. I don't know if you can see it, but what you have here is a climb back up to this previous resistance level, and we're now above it. We're now above it. Your 50-day moving average is still back down here around 257 area. So we've broken the 50-day. You have not yet pulled back down to the 50-day to test it and hold it as support. You're getting resistance up here. Let's hope they don't try to sell it off pre-market. It's going to be a huge day today, guys. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked for today. I really am. I'm ready to get shit cracking. I really am. Oh my gosh. Did I not? I did. Sorry, guys. I'll turn that down. All right. Shit, I did not mean to do that. Delta still climbing. After better than expected. Better than expected, whatchamacallit, guidance. Alright, let's see. Trading. Oil. Beautiful setups today, guys. And what? Oh no! And watch crypto also, guys.
do say 20 to 60% upside. That's
No, no.
That is a wide range. No mention of AWS, which is still the profit engine of the company.
This is not an AWS piece, to be honest. It's about a lower shipping fulfillment. It's much.
Come on, I gotta get my stuff set up here. Come on. It makes you click twice. Home, home.
Charlie Michael November Delta.
I wanna go home.
What AI is going to be
Let's
able
get
to do
it.
for robotics in the 7.5 million shares and
Alright, guys. So what we're gonna do, we want to keep an eye on the dollar. It feels like the 2-year.
price of 30 cents. That's Charlie Michael November Delta. All right, we got
So there's yields. Yields are pulling back.
thank you for asking because
So yields are pulling back. Let's look at the 30-year so I can kind of see what. Oh my God, it shot up. Damn it. Hopefully this area can act as resistance. I kind of felt today that I thought that I may have to get out of this TLT trade. I got to get out of the rest of it. Maybe. We're going to see.
of ARM once it begins trading.
Oh my gosh. Look at the dollar going, guys. Look, there's a break and retest on the dollar. If this thing continues to go up like this, you can say bye to the SPY. Just say bye. You could actually probably do it right now. Jeez. Wow. It's a bit overdone. That's a really nice breakout, but this may be a failed breakout here. You see this? Can you guys see that pennant? If I draw the line. I don't want to waste time. Right there. There. And then you also have, you know, it breaks above that resistance, pull back and held it. Now it's on its way back up, man. You have no watch list for today? What's up, Bingo? Thanks for joining. Listen, NVIDIA, Tesla, Ford, GM, all really nice setups. I got you back. Don't worry, buddy. I got you. Well, all right, I got you. And look at Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines raised guidance. They're also up. So Tesla, NVIDIA, Delta. Tesla, NVIDIA, and Delta is really the ones you want to look at. You know, and then SPYs and Qs. At least that's what I feel like. I feel like that those are the important ones that. And let me look at Meta real quick. So Tesla and that stuff looks like Meta also. I got you, buddy. I got you. Don't even stress it. I got you, bro. Gonna be all right. So yeah, even same with Meta. This pullback to 304. See if it holds. We gotta watch what the markets do. Gotta just watch what the markets do. Thank you, Bingo. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You have a great day as well. We'll see. I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day. If you want to tune in, I'll help you with some trade ideas, and I will let you know. And I'll comment in chat also when I'm, you know, when I'm taking a position over the mic, and then I'll write it in chat also so you guys know. Does the mic sound okay? Is it too much? Is it too messed up? While you're here, I'm kind of just curious if it doesn't sound too bad. I have a shit mic, but just want because I messed with the gain a little bit on it. I accidentally hit it, and I'm not sure if it's messed up or not. All right, so 450 upside resistance for the SPY. The downside target would be 444. 443, I'm sorry. 440. Did I not write that? Why did I not write that down? Are you kidding me?
It's going to be a busy open at the NASDAQ where ARM is getting ready to ring the bell in celebration of its IPO.
I gotta use the bathroom too.
Here we've talked a bit about
Shit.
the deal, the offer this morning, Jim, but the impact on the broader markets as well.
Look, if we get a deal that's done right, as David said, I think that
Yeah, I want to see us pull back. Yeah, 444 is the downside target. To the downside.
but we had a good deal. And I think there's going to be calls to companies, even like I had Discord on. You'll see that in the interview. This is a disruptor. Look at the CBC disruptor. What the heck is that?
It's England. It's the UK, right?
It's in the UK. Holy cow!
public company. Renee's obviously got one key shareholder, that being Moss's son, 90% owned by SoftBank. SoftBank selling.
I gotta use the restroom real quick. Look, they're taking the Tesla trade from us, guys. I fucking knew it. Fuck. I knew it. I knew they were going to take this trade away from me. They're probably taking Meta away too. Damn it. All right, market open, team. Markets are getting ready to open. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, there we go. Ding, 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 ding. Let's go, guys. Looking for a bounce back on Tesla. Man, they've already taken that trade away. I need a bounce back on Tesla. I hate when they do this shit. They do it all the time. They take these fucking trades and they start getting on pre-market like fucking dickbags. I'm sorry to cuss, but it's bullshit. So I just gotta wait for a bounce back, and I still gotta get all my MACD and stuff up because I didn't do it earlier. Time and sales, boom. Come on, 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 come on. Level 2, level 2, level 2, 2, 2. I don't think I need level 2 right now, but more importantly, I just need... No, I don't need level 2. I don't need level 2. Just give me time and sales. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on.
$4.5+ billion, $5 billion. It's a big offering. We will see how it trades, and again, it's not going to trade for some time. It's not going to be open, but they broke the syndicate, and it is well placed, is what I understand. Hedge funds getting cut back is usually good.
Oh my God! Look at Tesla, guys, just falling out of bed. Mother flipper.
Sovereign funds, family offices, long onlys, you tend to see it trade less, or at least sell less, and maybe there's some buying power behind it. That's the hope of the underwriters. You see the $54.5 billion valuation. We've talked a lot about that.
Let's see if Tesla bounces here at 270, and I'm going to look for pre-market lows to send this thing to the downside. They got on this trade early, guys, on the SPY and everything. I feel like I said, I'm really feeling the downside here. I'm really feeling the downside.
They say that was depressed to a certain extent as well, and they had certain customers that overordered during the course of the year.
I'm trying to get my charts straightened out, so I do apologize.
They didn't even start competing with them, and that didn't happen, obviously. There are some of the key investors here. They're very happy with that, as you might imagine.
No, I don't fucking want top chat, live chat, because I don't see people's messages and stuff if they want help. I apologize for cussing this morning and trying to get things straight. Just let the market settle in for a minute. Fucking dirtbag ass people. Where's the 50-day moving average? Tesla. I didn't even write it down. Oh my God. I didn't write down the game plan for Tesla. Oh my God. I hate having ADHD, guys. I fucking hate it. Alright, look for the SPY to get a bounce back, and I don't want to get psyched out of a short here. I don't want to put on any contracts too early.
In the meantime, Jim, including the fact that every sector is green in the face of yet another hike, 10 in a row from the ECB.
ECB's a little surprised there. I have to tell you that the
Come on.
Empire Day was, I think that we saw some really
Just want to see what it is that I'm looking at. We have a clear direction down to 259, guys, if we can get it. That would be such a huge move on Tesla. Jesus fucking Christ. Just fucking work for me, please. Jesus, why is this morning going like this? I've been well prepared, and then everything just wants to fuck with me. I don't have time for this shit. I don't have time for it. 268, right? 268 is the first downside on Tesla. That's the first target. If 268 breaks, then I'm looking to get back down to 264 and then final target at 259 if the downside is going to be the play. 268 target. Breaks, then we go. You son of a bitch. 264. 260. Of course, the pen won't write. 264. Then final target is going to be back down here at previous resistance at 259.50. If you want to get next week's, get a month, get 2 months. That's what I would do. All right? You want to get time. Time never hurt nobody. Don't sacrifice price for time. Don't sacrifice time for price. Right? It's important. Oh my God, I'm getting so frustrated. Guys, I'm getting so frustrated this morning. Netflix too, again. That's right, I forgot about that. So, what I'm noticing right here is we gotta break this area, the support zone at 270. And watch Delta and then Nvidia. Nvidia looked like a good long. So if we can get through 271, we'll see if we can get a see, it's trying to hold it as support now. I was going to see if it could break it, get it as resistance. Okay, so there's pre-market lows trying to act as resistance. Watch the cues, watch the SPY. Unbelievable.
Official sees continued risk of illicit activity at Iraqi commercial banks. Urges action by Iraqi central bank to avoid need for further U.S. action.
Okay, that's a 3 minute. So we're pretty much just trading sideways right now on the SPY.
I'm looking at the Truist piece this morning, I thought was really good. Average revenue per member. Company rated arm is unlikely to be a driver of growth in 2023.
I feel like the move's going to be to the downside. I'm going to really pay attention to what's going on the SPY here.
2025 operating margins, everything good. It's like, wow, Netflix has been such a strong performer.
Elsewhere in media, you had Charter saying that cancellations weren't as bad as they had anticipated going into the dispute with Disney. And then you got like Bill Maher and Drew Barrymore now restarting their shows.
So on Nvidia, I have prior day's high or pre-market high, or no, prior day's high. All right, prior day's high, 457.50 to hold for a long. 457.50. Okay, and it did not hold. If it breaks, I said 264. Then final target at two. Wait, no. If it breaks 253.50 downside, 253.50. Let me move this. I gotta move these dailies. What are you guys watching? You guys watching anything? Why is...
Alright, our focus, of course, continues to be as well on this enormous IPO that's taking place.
Okay, so here we go. So what I was looking at on this 4-hour chart, guys, is... So look, the SPY. The SPY might start selling off a little bit here. No, don't freeze on me, CNBC. Yep, here's the level on Nvidia, and I want to see if we can get Nvidia back down to 453. That's my personal target. What, you gotta watch the cues.
One of the concerns amongst investors is the company's reliance on China. It's about 25% of revenue.
So the cues are bouncing. Man, this is crazy if we have a sideways day. Alright, so there's the break on Nvidia. Not really, I guess. All right, so the SPY right now is it's going to make its direction here soon. It's got to do something. Give me the 3-minute chart.
ELDI, leading biotherapeutics at a reason.
This looks like a good area for the S&Ps to get to. 447, yesterday's high.
Down about 30
Why do I
cents.
not have that as
Delta India.
a level? That was pre-market support.
But Masa, you know, your SoftBank owns
Company
significant stake in
debuted
the
as a
joint
public
venture that I'm
trading
describing
company
in China. You've obviously done business there.
on
You were a very large
Wednesday.
holder of Alibaba.
That's the
See if we try to make a run back down to 447.50 on the SPY.
CF Industries and POSCO evaluating joint U.S.-based clean ammonia project and long-term clean ammonia offtake agreement.
That's going to be the first support level. All right, so there's a pullback on Nvidia, and so it's not really a hold. Let's see here. The volume is fairly weak. We have data at 10 o'clock, mind you. We have data. Just keep that in mind.
How deep are your concerns? Not just in terms of the back and forth between the U.S. and China, but also in terms of the regime itself and its crackdown, so to speak, on entrepreneurship, if I can call it that.
Well, it's difficult to comment. Whatever I comment, it goes into all kinds of headlines here and there, so I have to be careful what I say. But
I'm going to be patient, guys, and see until I get something. Maybe I'll go get a...
Tesla seeing big fall activity, and Tesla now shares getting a little.
So don't trust Benzinga. Please do not trust Benzinga. There might be some call activity, but they may be calling Benzinga, yo, tell them we got all this call activity, bro. Just so people come in and think that there's a long and they get whacked. Benzinga's changed, I've noticed. It's just about money. That's all it's about. And it's not, it's not their fault. It is what it is. The industry, and it's gotten taken over. So that's the main focus, right? It's a business at the end of the day.
I think long term, all these companies are going to lower multiple if we don't do more business with China, because China's been a giant consumer of everything. And I always hear, they'll bring it up before you even ask. Look, we are doing great, but if the government decides,
Come on, man.
KLA, Nikola shares popping here.
Yes, Nikola is running
And KLA.
for no damn reason. All right, the tape on the SPY sped up.
But again, you can't control it. Now, SoftBank does own a significant equity stake in the joint venture that we're talking about here, but it operates independently.
As we await the opening trade, as David said, it's
I'm kind of just sitting here being patient.
LP, what are you going to be watching for this morning?
Hey, Carl, waiting for those first indications to come through. Obviously, the choice to price at 51 is not something, at least in terms of the color that I'm hearing, not something that was taken lightly. For the better part of the week, they were kind of deciding between high end of the range, above the range. Ultimately, that oversubscription, that
Let's see here.
centered in the range that they were marketing. So ultimately, that $51 a share is where they landed. And as you guys have been discussing all morning, it's pretty expensive on a relative basis, more than 100 times last year's earnings, which is about double its peers. So that's something investors were, a little concerned about. If you push it and become too aggressive,
Watch the
up there,
dollar.
are you still able to?
It's a bit oversold, or yeah, overbought. I mean, God damn it! I knew the SPY. It was just a matter of time before the SPY pulled back.
retail investors really want to be in an AI.
Is that a double bottom there?
So therefore, they're going to this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Jim, and I think that's the big wild card today. And that goes back to the
fit in here? Because could you price it above the range and then have retail really come in a big way?
See, look, they're wow. You had some buying come in there, but they still bought it up. It's still.
That's the question that they're not so sure about. And since we haven't seen too many IPOs lately, we don't really know what the retail demand is for IPOs at this stage in the cycle. So that'll be really interesting to see.
So 455 it would be a first level that we would look for on Nvidia
Leslie, I don't know if you're getting what color you're getting. You know,
to take profit, right? If we end up taking the short, we're not moving really. The S&P's putting in tails. Just give it a few minutes, guys. Give it a few minutes.
Yeah, I agree. It's always
I'm just really curious if I should be buying dips. There's not much room to the upside. I don't understand what the beneficial is to the upside. 460, right? Am I wrong, guys? Am I wrong thinking that, like, I don't see anything just yet? I see some really nice setups, but I need to know the direction. Like, are we going to go to 480? It's in the downtrend.
Intel and others that have agreed or expressed indications of interest to purchase.
Right, that's definitely an area of resistance. The thing about options is timing it. So let's see if we can get a bounce. And then really see if we can spin it back around here. And I'm going to look for the short and see if we can pull this thing. Because you haven't really tested the... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is a break and a hold of something from last week. And then it bounces. Fuck, this shit is so tough, guys. You have a gap up here. Look at that gap. You actually have a gap here. 466. 470 is the upside.
And there's a piece of the Times today about how it's no longer about delivery as much as it is about software and advertising.
Yeah, that made me feel like there's
Nicola, more new highs now. 95.
So I guess nickel is running. Just gonna sit here and watch it. Just gonna sit here and watch Nvidia. It doesn't have that much volume on it though, but it's got a really nice setup that I don't think people are noticing. If it's gonna go long, I feel like it's gonna go like there, just wick like crazy. Let me go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. We have some data coming out at 10. What's up, Chris? Sorry, I didn't see your message, buddy. Yeah, man, Tesla does. That's what I say. You got a couple of things that look really nice, but nothing. We're literally sideways. And I'm wondering if it's because the market's anticipating this data that nobody's talked about. That is like, the market's business inventories and retail inventories, excluding auto. But it's highlighted. Nikola is going right now, so that's something that's moving. So we'll see what this data comes out. I think or something got halted. Sounds like they're in small cap land. It looks like the SPY to me. It looks like it wants to. That's a failed breakdown right there. Right, failed breakdown on the S&Ps. Right there is your flag. Right. You broke down, you pulled back, now you're trying to hold it as resistance. But don't get shaken out. It's just going to do this, just go lower. Can I guess the next trend? Is that what we're doing? No, I'm just kidding. I got to go get some coffee real quick. It's already made. I just got to pour it. I'm going to give the markets a couple minutes. Maybe we start opening things up at 9 o'clock. Remember, I love Thursdays. Thursdays is when we've been getting big moves all year. So, unless they've like kind of stopped and they're going to change it. They're calling around every office in the street. Yeah, we're moving to Tuesday. They caught on. They caught on to our positioning on Thursday. We're going to change it to Tuesday. Make sure Johnny and everybody knows. No, I'm just playing. I think we might be waiting for this data. I want to say it's weak, but I don't want to get faked out either. Like, I feel like right now that's a break. That's your retest. Pull it back. But what's the reason to pull back? You know, we need a pullback to bring buyers in. If you want to go higher, you got to pull back. And Nikola just pulled back pretty damn far on light volume. All right, I'm going to look at Nikola real quick. Let me see. I want to see where... Okay, so it would be low a day. I'm going to say that's 38.2. Yeah, it should be at the 38.2. Yep, 38.2. It's 50 now.
I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech, like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day 1989. Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco.
I feel like that was pretty light volume to get that big of a sell-off.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Wow, look at those candles, guys. Holy shit. I'm really looking at Nikola right now. That's insane. They're going to try their hardest to knock them out. 235 would... Well, you have the 100-day up here. 135. 135. If we can get this thing going, you have a minor resistance, a support resistance level at 115.
What if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project...
And then you have the 100-day.
Aris Mining,
Boop,
IPO,
boop.
What if you could keep
opened
other
at
projects from
$2.75.
chasing
Now
other
it's
humans down?
Is it pushing?
What if other
No shit.
actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheat.
Yeah, it's all good, dude. I know, sometimes it's tricky. I wonder if this is going to be a slow melt off. Or a slow melt, like slow grind down. I don't want to get sucked in and then I get into it and it just rips higher. Like, you know what I mean? I got short the pullback for the longs. And then I'm the sucker. But, because I'm seeing a lot of green on the time and sales. And it feels like, okay, well, okay, as soon as I say that, look how it just flipped. But, Ken Griffin is on CNBC, by the way, if anybody wants to watch it. Oh, never mind. Yeah, next hour. So in 10 minutes, he'll be on. This is crazy. I'm not going to get, guys, I'm telling you, I want to at least put something on to be able to have a position on for the SPY today, because we've had big moves on Thursdays. You know, you've had a 0.8% move. I want to say if we have a big move, I feel like 444 would be our target. All right, so let me go to Tesla. There's Tesla resistance. Nvidia doesn't have volume, but Nvidia's got a really nice setup. I think it's starting to do the thing. Shit. So it is going to do it. So I wanted to see it pull back to this 50-day and pull back into 453.50 was the target on Nvidia. And the Qs are selling off. Man. I'm going to get some coffee and I'm going to just wait a minute and figure my shit out. Is Tesla still going to the upside though? So that's... I feel like Tesla needs to pull itself back too. Tesla's usually always late on the moves. That's one thing I want you guys to remember. It's usually always late. Right? The market will sell off or go up. And then Tesla is usually the laggard to that direction. It's actually helped me on the Fed day when matter of fact, it was the day the SPY put into 20 points when we had that major sell-off, and then you just seen a short squeeze. I was able to trade Tesla on it because it was late to the market, and I've done it on Fed days too. So there's our, we're in a downtrend. We have a bit of, let me go to, oh man, I I always forget to do this. Come on. Alright, so that's weird. Volume's up. How can volume climb? Wow, look at that tick. That's so weird. I haven't seen that. Of course, I haven't looked at this in a while. That's crazy. So we're working ourselves to the downside. And look, it's fucker. You son of a bitch. Watch this 448 for support. 448 is going to be the level I'm watching. And then there's like a 50-cent support level there, but maybe we bounce up and then it starts to happen next week. Because what I could start to see is it start to roll itself over in the next couple days. Like it'll bounce off of this level and then maybe put in like another like lower high or something and kind of just like roll itself over like with like in the next week to give us downside if we're going to get downside. I don't know. I really don't know. That's a 30-minute chart. Wow. I was wondering why it looked so weird.
And you've got a guy, I don't know if he's Democrat or Republican. I know he's a Falcon fan. That's all I know. And good luck. Actually, the Falcons, they have good team this year. I shouldn't say that. They have good running back. Good coach.
We need some teams to surprise on the upside.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Falcons. Chuck deserves that. Slow suffer.
How about tonight, Jim?
Okay, so I got to go in a cruise.
So there it is, 448. It's hitting it now on the S&Ps.
Had a great time. Kyle runs cruise. I think you're gonna love this. This is a piece that was one of the most fun pieces I've done since we started.
Really?
All right, so we're the volume's picking up.
10 more cities coming. It's finally. I told him, I said, listen, I'd like to put together just sort of.
Come on, you can give me a bounce back.
Use them as rideshare because there is going to be an ROI.
Just give me a bounce back. I'm gonna go make coffee and pray that it gives me a bounce back.
I've ever been in the same sense as much since he called me.
PPI as well, to some degree, yeah.
This is an exciting story. Congratulations, Chuck. So really,
But it's Waymo and Cruise mostly. San Fran, that's
yeah.
what's on.
But
UPTD
cruises.
trade up halted on a circuit breaker at the highs, $9.88 and
People don't think they're special. Mine was named Noki. Everyone's names will freak me out when I saw it pull up next to me. By Noki? You think
Nobody driving that car.
Well, no. It's no. Yeah, boy, to see the bus. There's no steering wheel.
Yep. No deal. Jim, can't wait. See you tonight at 6. Mad Money, of course. When we come back, a lot more of David's exclusive with Renee Haas and Masasan of ARM. Meantime, almost every sector green. Energy's leading. VIX almost a 12 handle. Don't go anywhere.
Every day, businesses everywhere are asking.
Is it possible?
With Comcast Business, it is.
Is it possible to use predictive monitoring to address operations issues?
We can help with that.
Can we provide healthcare virtually anywhere?
We can help with that too.
Is it possible to survey foot traffic across all of our locations?
Yeah, absolutely. With the advanced connectivity and intelligence of global secure networking from Comcast Business, it's not just possible, it's happening.
The walking tree is said to change its entire location in pursuit of sunlight. Where can reinvention take your business? Accenture, let there be change.
I'm Joanna Morris, strategist with AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital needs. Repair Clinic came to us with a 4 million SKU parts catalog.
All right, I'm back.
Few of their elements optimized for us.
I'm back. So there's the bounce. I knew it. There we go.
Our team created a digital marketing strategy.
The resistance I'm looking for is right here. It broke it. It didn't break it.
For complete website and digital solutions, come
I think that's where she'll struggle. Man, Tesla looked really nice. And look at that bounce right off the 50 day.
State Farm agent. Her baking superpowers have brought sweetness to our community.
I make delicious cakes to make special occasions even better.
Is that the retest?
She also creates opportunity.
Is that the retest? I don't know. I don't know what to do. That's an increase in volume. Holy sh! So that was the data, right? The data just came out, or it's getting ready to come out? Okay, it's getting ready to come out. 0%. 0%. Business inventory, 0%. Secondary offering for GNUS. So business inventory is better than expected. No, it's not actually. I don't even know what the hell. How do you get 0? So no change. And nobody's going to talk about the data. It hasn't came across Benzinga or anything, or the wire. Not Benzinga, but the wire. All right, so man. What do you think, Chris? I don't know if you're still here or not. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the short on Nvidia?
Has been a major philanthropist and has donated more than $35 million to this project. It's part of his bigger education philanthropy. Something we'll talk about. He's here with me. We're also going to talk about Citadel. Citadel has now become the top earning hedge fund of all time, surpassing Bridgewater after a record year last year for a lot of the strategies and the funds there. So we'll talk.
So look, you have a double bottom support, right? This is a key level right here.
Topics with that hotter PPI number that we got today, and of course the ARM IPO that is happening this hour. So in just a few minutes, you'll hear from Ken with me here at Success Academy.
Yeah, Ken's too busy trading right now. All right, so there we go. I want to get. I want that motherfucking short, dog. I want the short, bruh. I don't want to get caught though. I don't want to get caught slipping. Give me VWAP. Give me.
SoftBank owns 75% of ARM until just a few weeks ago, we bought back from 75% to 100%.
This is so shady, guys. I hate this. I really do. I really hate this. I feel like the market is trying to get you into a short for it to go to the upside. But I'm also thinking that it's also trying to do exactly what I just said. It's trying to make you think that it's not going to go to the downside and then go to the downside. I mean, 15-minute chart. Let me look at a 15-minute chart real quick. Let me look at other charts. The other chart might be able to explain the S&Ps a little bit better.
He is in it for the long term, and the expectation in his mind is that at this price, it is going to set up for what is going to be growth in the stock price from here, Carl. But of course, we've got to wait and see how that stock opens.
Yeah, and while we wait, let's check in with Leslie Picker and our Bob Pisani, talk about the IPO and others to come, perhaps. Bob, we haven't gotten your thoughts so far this morning. Well, the important
letter B, Visa to increase employee productivity. Visa employee carries 15 4 to employees subject to responsible AI using guardrails.
All right, give me a bounce in vid. Give me a bounce in video. Damn it. Damn it. Oh no, Chris, I've been there. I've done it too. I just did it a couple weeks ago. I'm so sorry, bro. That's I know. I know. I hate that. I've done it before too. I've done it before too.
It's 9.3 to 9.5, depends on how you do it. And that may be a problem for inclusion in a lot of these
Fuck.
ETFs. For example, the
I feel your pain, bro.
the biggest one out there, that requires
Damn
10%
it.
float. You can't really do that right now. One way around this is
You know what? I'm gonna go take a short because. So look at the Qs. This is a nice look, and then it's gonna go. Fuck.
This is the NASDAQ 100. There is no market capitalization or minimal number.
Shit. The market might rip. I just got some puts. So the Qs were rejecting pre-market lows. So I'll probably try and hold this all day.
Yeah, well, not necessarily offsets, but I was just thinking about the fact that SoftBank has about a 180-day lockup before they continue to sell down more of their stake. And in talking with some investors, that is actually something they're looking at, is what happens to this stock.
I think I just bought the bottom too myself. But I want to just have something on, and I'm going to try and hold that thing as long as I can. So there's TLT that might try and break down. I didn't like the way that this thing was looking there for a while. Like, look at that sell-off. Trying to make it resistance to sell off more and fill the gap.
That hedge fund managers do, they'll short these lockup periods because of that additional supply coming into market. That could put pressure on the stock and could just be that.
Let's look at NVIDIA.
Each time they do pare back their holdings.
Fuck, man.
About to be public.
You know, Leslie, I did ask my
That sucks, bro.
so we will have the answer for our viewers a little later.
5%. And I know what you mean, the whole account. I get it. Not just the position, but the whole account.
Almost in its entirety. Again,
UPPD, trade up, more to highs now, uniform.
it didn't sound to me.
Copper Tango Delta, $11.83 up 8%.
Yeah, and he's in a unique position to do that, especially now that
I feel like the markets might try to go to the upside to pull in more shorts again.
private equity back to IPO.
I don't know, though.
Mandate from your LPs, if you're a private equity firm, where you need to return that capital to shareholders, you need to get that exit and liquidity.
Fuck.
IPO was the first step, but then over time, you do have to kind of fully sell down that company into the public markets. But SoftBank obviously is in a different category there, so his decision to do that, I think, is noteworthy and important for investors today.
You know what? I don't know what to do. I feel like we should wait. Because now I'm thinking if we just pulled it back in the morning and then rally the rest of the day.
We want this to be a success. Retail investor. Most IPOs
ARM on
start
holdings,
trading down in the
quoting
days after the
beginning
IPO.
at 10 a.m. to about 2 minutes.
This has got to
Scorpio
be a
Michael.
success because it's
That IPO is getting ready to kick off.
low float means much higher volatility, and so we got to wait a few weeks to see if this thing actually.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry, bro. I listen, dude. I've done it. I just did it not too long ago. I did it. I think it was like 2 weeks ago or so. So why? What is my thought processes here? So Citadel.
We're going to talk about education and why success in a moment, but first, big markets day for us, big IPO day.
What's his name from CNBC is on right now.
Look at ARM, which is the biggest debut in a couple of years.
Down in the days.
Sentiment barometer, how do you look at
This has got to be a success.
what they signal about where we are in
Leader for the IPO market this year. Low float means much higher volatility, and so we got to wait a few weeks to see if this thing actually stabilizes.
We'll check in with you guys all morning long. Leslie Picker, Bob Pisani. Let's get back to our Sarah Eisen with Citadel's Ken Griffin. Sarah.
Hi, thank you, Carl. And I am here with Ken Griffin, founder of Citadel. It's good to see you here at Success Academy, which I know you want to talk about. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here today.
We're going to talk about education and why success in a moment. But first, big markets day for us, big IPO day. The folks were just talking about ARM. Do you look at ARM, which is the biggest debut in a couple of years, as a sentiment
I
barometer?
can't believe this is the
How do
type
you
of day
look
we're
at
having.
IPOs and
I
what
really
they signal
can't.
about where we are in the market?
I mean, so clearly the ARM transaction is a sentiment barometer. The very fact
I'm
that deals
still holding
coming
those
to market
puts.
today
I
tells
think
you
I'm in the
there's a perception
446s. I didn't
that
look
our
at the
capital
liquidity
markets
or
are
anything. I
reopening
kind of
for
just looked at the
IPOs.
price and was.
And I
had
really
something to
hope
have
this
it
is a
small
deal
so I
that
don't
goes
give
off
back what I
very
made
well
yesterday.
today. We need to see all
I mean,
of the
hell,
VC-backed
take
companies
447.50 and see if we can
have
get
that
there.
opportunity to go
So we're
to our
still
public
up
markets
0.3%.
to raise capital.
If
so
we
that
can't
the
break this
founders have an
level,
opportunity to
guys,
continue to grow
I'm
their
going to change my
businesses
thesis.
and grow our economy.
It's been a surprisingly
up
good year for the
7%
markets and
right
the
now.
economy, which I think is reflected in the fact that they're going public. Question, Ken, is what comes next?
So actually, I would agree with you. It's been a really good year for the market, particularly with the backdrop of higher real interest rates. So if you look at both the yield on the 10-year bond and more importantly, the real yield, for example, in the 5-year TIPS bonds, we've seen again an increase in real rates and
you guys
nominal
don't know,
rates,
it's Ken
and yet
Griffin
the stock market's been resilient. So
from
that's
Family
that's
Guy.
a really
Ken Griffith's
interesting
from
year
Family
to
Guy.
see the resiliency of our stock market against this
Andy
backdrop
Griffith's
that would
brother.
usually be very
No, just
challenging for
kidding.
equities.
Think it can continue?
I'm a bit anxious that this rally can continue. You know, obviously one of the
See,
big
I'm
drivers
kind
of
of
the rally
long
has been
too.
the
He's anxious that it can
just
continue.
frenzy over generative AI.
I'm feeling the
which
long
has
as well.
Powered many of the big tech stocks. I
Just
like
not
to believe
today.
that this rally has legs. I'm a bit anxious. We're sort of in the 7th or 8th
There we
inning
go.
of this
Let's
rally.
go.
Well, part of it has been the soft landing story.
Wow.
Are you a
And
buyer
that
of that? The
now,
fact that we just
now
haven't
that,
gone
that
into recession despite
shit, I'm up
525 basis
20%.
points of tightening.
I was looking at the wrong
So-
contract.
It takes about a year to 2 years for an interest rate hike to work its way through the economy. It's not instantaneous. We're now at the point where we're going to see the impact of these hikes.
I'm gonna
really
take a
start to
piece
play
off
out.
there
We're
on
seeing
that.
The job market starting to weaken.
I got a
There's
piece
been-
off pretty
there's been
quick.
a number of news stories
I
in
still think
recent
we get
weeks
some
about
follow
how
through. That was an increase in
companies are
volume.
willing to pull back with their paying for starting roles. We're seeing signs. that
I don't know
consumers
what the
have had enough
percentage
in
was,
terms of
maybe
price
16,
increases, that
15,
they're starting to
20%
walk
on that
away from
first
products
take.
They're trying to push through price increases. So there's signs here that we're heading very quickly into hopefully the soft landing, potentially a more.
I want to get down to
scenario
yesterday's
moving into mid to late last year.
this
in terms of
447.50 area.
Sounds like that's what you're expecting, recession.
Look, my personal view.
This is
that
why I sold a
the United
majority
States
of that
economy is
position because I
enjoying
was waiting for that bounce
tremendous amount
back.
of unanticipated stimulus from Washington still. The federal deficit
A
this year is going to
stimulus?
total almost 6% of GDP. It is completely unsustainable, but it has been yet another shot of adrenaline into the economy that our fiscal largesse continues to push the economy forward, but leaving an ever bigger bill for future generations.
Yes.
Do you it also complicates the Fed's job a little
It
bit? We're
does.
still getting these numbers. Inflation has come down a lot, but looks to be sticky.
Well, I mean, he's in a no-win situation.
Powell.
Powell is, right? Because monetary tightening can only do so much to offset fiscal stimulus. And in some sense, it's like he's showing up at a fight with both
why I
his
got rid
hands
of
tied
that.
behind his back, because DC is just on a different agenda than he is.
This would be
He's
the next
trying to
area for
prudently slow the
a,
economy, bring
short-
inflation back down, and
if
really
you're short. I'm
engineer
not telling you that
the
I'm
hopeful
short.
soft landing.
To be short.
And at the same
don't
time,
misconstrue it.
whether
but
it's the Inflation Reduction Act or other programs that have increased spending.
What I'm saying is that
we
was your
keep stimulating
pullback.
the economy out of DC.
Because
do you
your
think
stop
those-
loss would be there, right?
those
Right at
pieces
the
of
9 EMA.
legislation are
Look
a
at that.
mistake? Inflation Reduction
But
Act,
remember,
CHIPS Act, aren't those
you got buyers stepping in down
helpful
here.
for our future?
So there are absolutely elements of
You
this
made a new
legislation
low,
that are important.
and the RSI
So, for
made
example,
a
if we
new
could
high,
successfully bring
or a lower high. See
chip
it? See the RSI
manufacturing
making
back
it
to the United States,
a higher
that
high,
helps us
or a lower,
maintain national
a
security,
higher low,
both from a matter of
right?
national defense and
That's
economically
divergence. Now do we start to pump
against
to the
shifting
upside now?
geopolitical tides.
Is that a
So that's a
pullback?
really
Gets
important
bought
piece of
to
legislation.
the upside. Watch
But
time and
if you
sales.
look at
Watch
the amount
level
of
2.
spending that goes towards that part of the overall legislative agenda, it's like a drop in the bucket. There's been a tremendous amount of spending on a whole slew of different things that don't have the same element of both being in an interest of national security, economically, and defense.
So you're worried about all the fiscal spending. Do you think that the market is starting to worry about that?
Absolutely. And let's just take a step back. At the start of the year,
She's looking good today.
people thought.
Oh,
that
I
deficit
love
was
the
going to be
Michigan,
roughly 3%
Clemson
of
signs. USC. Oh, I
And
love
of
it.
note, all right, it's double that. It's 6, it's almost 6, where we have full employment. Full employment in this country. Things don't get much better, and we still can't keep our fiscal house in order. And now the CBOE has put out their projections that for the next several years, we're going to run deficits of roughly 5%,
Wow.
the fixed income markets are getting nervous. It's an unsustainable path.
You think there's going to be an issue with demand for all the issuance?
Well, one of the questions is this rise in real yields that we've seen over the last few months really attributable to the Fed tightening?
All right, so there looks to be
fiscal.
Is it fiscal? Is it the market's fearful about the magnitude of supply? And to be clear, the possibility of credit risk. You know, we had the U.S. government downgraded by Fitch a few months ago.
You think that was the right call?
If it wakes up our politicians in Washington, absolutely the right call.
So, see, like I said,
Not
guys,
sure
it's
it's
been an
doing
increase
that.
in volume.
But
and-
start somewhere, right? At some point, we're talking about it today, right? In fact, you're curious about this. This is the start of how we actually make policy happen in America, is we start to talk about the issues. And this issue is now coming back front and center. We haven't talked about deficits in America in a very long time. But now with jet to GDP about 120%, near historic highs, with deficit spending that we haven't seen before in recent history outside the pandemic.
What I'm going to do with NVIDIA real quick is I'm going to wait for it to break the
So do you
50-day
think we're looking at
and
sort
turn
of
it into resistance, I
persistently higher
guess,
level
because I didn't get
of
that
yields
higher.
because of this?
So there's no
You know,
doubt
I didn't
that
get
this
in
will cause us
when
to
I
have
should have, but
higher
there's not
real
really
yields,
volume.
all else being equal, for
I'm
years
still
to
going to
come.
look around and
No
see
doubt
what
about
all
it.
is going on.
What does that mean? That means fewer construction projects. That means less investment in companies. That means that consumers will be more hesitant to buy goods and services. Higher real yields crowd out needed investment that we have in our economy.
What does it mean for the overall investing landscape for the equity market?
So for the equity market, it's a headwind. And that's why we spoke about earlier. Are we,
So Tesla broke.
Are we in the 7th or 8th
Tesla's
inning
like
because
breaking
we now
down
have
below
this
that
headwind
270,
of
260
higher real
area.
yields starting
Quick
to come
pop.
through the economy?
Even if the Federal Reserve stops raising rates and even starts to cut into next year?
So I think
They're
that
not cutting,
there's a
girl.
small chance of
She's-
one
she
more
doesn't know how to-
increase later this year. They're going to look at data like today.
I don't think she's meant for
They're going to think about
interviewing.
this very long and hard. Do we have to raise one more time? But let's say we're pretty close to the end of this rate cycle. How fast they can cut rates comes down to how fast inflation breaks. Now, the good news is base effects mean that inflation probably comes down over the months ahead. The negative to this story, again, we're seeing higher prices at the gasoline pump. And unfortunately, gasoline is one of those things that you buy every week for most American families. And when you see higher gasoline prices, inflation becomes better anchored in your mind, and that's a problem for the economy.
So you don't see it coming down to Fed's target too soon?
2%? No, I will be at 2 if we're in a real recession.
Which it sounds like you don't expect in the next year. So.
I was
hoping
thinking
not,
the same
but if we
thing.
get to 2, that's actually
I
a very
literally
bad
said the
state
same
of the world
thing.
right now.
Oh my
Do you
God.
think the
I
Fed will have
fucking
to
said the
stay
same thing.
at these
Listen to
levels
this.
or even
Right here,
higher
guys.
into next year?
Look,
I've been
here's
saying
the
this.
conundrum. The Fed's publicly said
I've
we're
said
aiming
this.
for 2.
I said the same
It's
thing.
probably not worth the cost of getting to 2. The Fed should stay on its talking points. It's the central bank. It wants to inspire confidence.
I had a feeling
that they
this
are protecting the value of our currency and the purchasing power of the American consumer. But at the same time, you don't want to take the economy off a cliff for the difference between an interest rate
for a different rate of
inflation rate
0.3, which
2.75%,
which also
It's
because
not worth the cost.
because wages have risen
So
since
they're gonna have to
2018,
walk that
2019
fine
into
line.
2020.
I think we'll see them talk about
wages
a
have
long-term
risen.
target of 2 more. and
Inflation
more
had went up, but I
as
think
we
that might
head
be
into the
overdue.
mid-twos.
But
In other words,
also,
they're gonna
people
make it
move
clear
up
they're gonna
in
get
that
to
wage
2,
finally, and then
but they're
boom, they
not
get
gonna
hit with
do it
inflation.
immediately.
It's a double-edged
And they're gonna
sword.
make that trade-off.
It's got its good, it's
full
got its
employment
bad.
versus hitting their target.
So
They don't want to burn it
I
down. So
I
do you
kind of
have
agree with
confidence
him,
in
and
Powell?
I've been saying the same
I
thing.
think Powell's done a pretty damn good job.
To what point
He's-
do
he's
you
had
want to?
He's had a horrible hand to play, right? We've had the pandemic, supply chain shocks, massive fiscal stimulus, and he's supposed to try to achieve price stability. That's a no-win scenario. It's a no. There was no course of action where he was going to walk out of this looking like they had just absolutely nailed their job. wasn't going to happen. So history should judge him through the lens of the predicament that he was put in. And I think they're doing a reasonable job in trying to get us to where they need to get to. If I could say one thing to Paul, it's stay on message. We're going to break the back of inflation. Don't talk about how we might ease. Don't talk about how we're data dependent. Just stay focused on message. We're going to bring inflation down.
There is a lot of talk of data dependence. But Ken, you mentioned AI as something that has captivated investors so far this year. I'm wondering how you're thinking about how transformative it's going to be.
So I believe that generative AI, which is what people think about today when they say AI, is going to have a very uneven impact across the economy.
So there's a new low.
In certain areas,
freaking
for
knew
example,
it, man.
call
Fuck,
centers.
I should have held them.
Generative AI is
My
going to be
goal was to hold them all day.
You'll dial a phone
But
number.
I briefly
You'll get
thought
a
about getting a second
human-sounding
entry
voice
right
on
here.
the other side that can respond to your
Fuck.
questions and handle
Because I'm
your
telling you, I
matters.
think we get a trend day. You just
All
got to
done from
wait
a data
and give it
center.
time.
No people.
No people. We're going to see a lot of relatively rote or repetitive activity fully automated by what generative AI will bring to the table. We're going to see real changes in productivity in certain sectors of the economy. In fact, right now, the strike in Hollywood really revolves around the impact that generative AI has on the number of people that you need to produce a movie. You see it in the same way for software engineers. We already use generative AI in coding at Citadel, and it's probably improved the productivity of our software engineers by 5 to 10%. Now, what's that mean? That means that we need 5 to 10% fewer software engineers. Now, fortunately, we're growing fast enough that we'll take that productivity gain and not have to change headcount, but other firms will reduce the size of their software engineering team. So we're seeing these impacts start to ripple through the economy. Big picture, though, for most of the economy, this is another productivity tool that simply makes us better at our job. Much like Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel did 20-some years ago.
Right.
There's no doubt we're more efficient because of email. In fact, it's just part of life. And generative AI is going to have the same part of life aspect for most of us in how we do our work day in and day out.
Is it a big investment theme for you?
It's a theme for us, but more importantly for us, we're thinking of how to use this toolkit to make our firm more productive and more successful. There's very few public
so there's another
opportunities
bounce
to invest
back on
in
the
generative
SPY.
AI. In fact, this is one of the challenges that we have today in our public capital markets, is there are fewer companies that are publicly traded today than 20
Amazon
years ago.
starts that damn downtrend.
There's roughly 1,200 unicorns, according to CNBC. Those are companies that would usually have been public companies. They're not today. Some of this has been the backdrop. It's been a harder environment to go public. But some of this is the backdrop that we've made it less attractive to be public.
What do you mean?
Well, the SEC has, over the last 20-some years, put in place an ever-increasing number of burdens and costs on public companies.
Yes.
It's making our public markets less attractive.
Yes.
As a
Yes.
home in which companies
Yes.
live. And
I
where
thought
their
the same
shares are
thing.
owned.
There's the
And
pop
I think
thing.
this is a tragic mistake that we're
It
making
is.
on behalf
It really
of
is.
American investors. Because for the average family,
You
they don't
weren't-
have a chance to invest in the startups.
Right.
Or the mid-sized companies that
Right,
become
the private
Apples of
companies.
today.
Right.
I mean, people forget
The
Apple went
Wawas.
public at a very modest valuation. People have had their entire retirements defined by being an early investor in Apple or Amazon or Microsoft. By making our public markets less attractive for issuance, we're taking those stories away from the American investor.
I know you have strong views, especially on Chair Gensler's regulatory agenda. He actually was in front of Senate Banking yesterday to talk about it. 22 rule changes that he's passed, and more than double that in terms of proposal
Yes,
changes.
and more than that. That's
What's
so
your take?
crazy.
Too busy.
Too many rules.
Too busy. Too many rules. Too much change. Too much haste.
Right.
So Chairman Gensler may be coming from a good place on many of these rules, but if you don't do the homework about what are the real problems and how do you effectively solve those
And
problems,
simplify it. It
you
doesn't
can end
need
up
to be
creating an
complicated.
onslaught of legislation
Right.
that actually destroys value.
Exactly.
American public,
Exactly.
for
Because
American
who's going to want to go
corporations
public
and American
and then have to
investors.
worry about
And I
all
think,
these little
unfortunately,
papers that they got to
we're
worry
well
about
over
and
that
all these
tipping
little
point.
things,
The
and they
SEC
forget to
needs
fill it
slow
out,
down,
and then it
get
costs them,
paced, take a step back and say,
you know,
what are
3,
the
4
real
million,
problems that we want to address in our capital markets?
right?
And taking a
Over
huge
something
step
that
back.
is so ridiculous.
The United States has both the most vibrant capital market in the world.
I don't like it.
Think
I don't
very
like it either.
carefully
You're right.
before
You're
you
destroying
change the
value. You're
rules
absolutely right.
in the great success story
You're
of the
right.
world.
Which ones? Are you talking climate disclosure rules?
Well, take climate disclosure.
AI?
For a public company,
All
how
right,
are
so
they
here goes
ever
the
supposed to
SPY.
compile this information? Now, if you compile the information, it turns out you don't have
All
it
right,
right, which
so-
will often be the case with a new rule.
So
How
look,
many
what did we do,
billions of
guys?
dollars are they going to spend defending
We
themselves?
just pretty much
from plaintiffs'
retested
lawyers
kinda
who are going
yesterday's
to have a field
high.
day on the back of this issue?
I'm
I mean,
curious to
Chairman
know if it
Gensler,
takes
I
it right
appreciate
back.
You have an interest in climate, but advocate for a carbon tax. Advocate for something that's easy, simple, straightforward, and effective to implement. Don't go burden public companies with a task that's beyond their reach, beyond their core competency, and will just create a field day for plaintiffs' lawyers. I don't.
Have you
get
talked to
it.
him about this?
I don't
I
get
haven't
it
talked
either.
about climate change on that issue, but we've been very actively involved in the regulatory process. We comment on virtually all the rules that impact our capital markets.
I wonder if that's a
We
nice
believe
resistance
that
level on
by running one
Amazon,
of the
guys.
world's
Watch
largest
that
hedge
level.
funds and
That
one of the
level.
world's largest market makers, we have a very unique
144.45.
vantage point
That's a really nice level on
of
Amazon.
appreciating how liquidity is created. And liquidity is so important because one of the drivers of our public companies, of our capital markets, is
I
capital
feel like I should
formation,
take a loan.
right? That's how we create these incredible stories like NVIDIA. They can raise capital in our public markets. And they create exits for venture capital-backed firms, which encourages more VC in America. So we have a really powerful vantage point to comment on these rules.
And they do allow public comment. I mean, he would say they take that all into account.
Well, that's what they say. And unfortunately, we haven't seen that yet.
Yep.
Does that mean you're an NVIDIA fan, since you mentioned it?
So I have huge admiration for what they've done to NVIDIA. I mean, what an unbelievable story. The stock is pretty frothy right now. We'll see if they're able to maintain their dominance within this sector of the market. But boy, have they executed. That's an A-plus management team.
It is.
Ken, please
it really
stay
is.
with us if you would, because
A
we
plus.
want to talk to
She's
you more. We
absolutely
want to talk
right.
about why we're here today at Success Academy with the woman who is in charge and the founder of this place. So we're going to take a quick break and come back with Ken Griffin, talk about some of his philanthropic efforts, including at this place, Success Academy. But Carl, in the meantime, I'll send it back to you on Arm Watch.
Okay, Sarah. Speaking of raising capital, we are awaiting arms open, returning to the public markets on the NASDAQ. Indicated around 60 would be about a 17, 18%
Yeah, we are,
bounce
guys. We
from
do
the
have
51
ARM
price.
today.
And
This
as
is going to
Sarah
be
says,
a
lot more with Citadel's Ken Griffin in a moment.
It's going to be a
Thursday, September 28th, New York City. CNBC's delivering alpha return.
They're quoting ARM now, so it might be here in a couple minutes.
Sharing insight on equities, commodities, real estate, credit alternatives, and beyond. Balancing risk. Crypto is here to stay. Maximizing.
So the dollar made a new high, I think, if I'm seeing this correctly.
If you're not in the room, you're out of the loop. Get your tickets now at deliverangalpha.com.
So we'll wait for that. Tesla still go boom, so that's going to be a good one there. We'll hit the bank for that, hit the sirens up for Tesla, because that was a trade that we took almost immediately off the open. We've seen this move happen day after day, and we just needed to be a part of it. So we took it, and it worked out. It's going to be my number one. Even if this fades out, it's still going to be my number one stock. We only have 15% left. My out right now is 50 cents, right? So 270.50 is where we fall. 270.50 exactly. And a break of 270 is where we're going to get out. So even right now, we're at 5 on risk reward. So far, so good.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing.
Coming up, natural gas storage in less than a minute.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Let's bring back in Citadel founder and CEO Ken Griffin, as well as Eva Moskowitz, who was our host today. She is the founder and CEO of Charter School Network Success Academy, also the author of the upcoming book.
All right, so the dollar's pulling back.
Eva, first of all, thank you.
No, it's the 2-year.
I know Ken is a big believer and a big fan of your work and what you've built here. So for those that aren't
Come on, 30-year. Pull back. Don't go higher. Just pull it back. Pull back in the reins a little bit. I know, guys. Like I said with TLT, I kind of felt like I was, I felt like I was kind of being a little impatient.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Let's bring back in Citadel founder and CEO Ken Griffin, as well as Eva Moskowitz, who was our host today. She is the founder and CEO of Charter School Network Success Academy, also the author of the upcoming book, A+ Parenting, which I definitely need to read. Eva, first of all, thank you for having us here today. I know Ken is a big believer and a big fan of your work and what you've built here. So for those that aren't familiar with Success Academy, tell us about what it is.
Sure. We opened 5 weeks ago with 21,500 students, kindergarten through 12th grade. 94% of our students are Black and brown. 16% are special needs. About 82% live below the poverty line. And yet we are educating them up to a very, very high standard. In fact, our kids outperform kids in the affluent suburbs on the state tests, on AP exams. We have a 6-year record of 100% of our graduates going to 4-year colleges.
I mean, the track record's amazing. Ken, how did you get involved with Success?
So I've been involved with Robinhood in New York for years. And Robinhood's been a big fan of charter schools in New York City and of Success in particular. And then Dan Loeb, who runs Third Point, is certainly part of the Eva fan club.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a real point to making sure that I came to learn more about just literally the miracle that happens here at Success Academies.
What are the takeaways more broadly, Eva, about what you're doing here and how to scale that and broaden that across America where, I mean, you've seen some of these new statistics, it's not good, and especially post-COVID, 8th grade reading is at a 2-decade low. I think math is at a 3-decade low. What do we take from this?
Well, I think we have to take a step back and fundamentally rethink the service of education. We are not getting the basics right in America, even though we spend more money on education than any country around the globe. Take something like reading. For 20 years, we canceled phonics. Any educator worth their salt knows that an evidence-based program is essential. We're not teaching kids to count in kindergarten anymore. That's very, very basic. The problem is really one of political will. It's not one of we don't know how to educate children. We actually do know how to educate children. We're just not giving them what they are entitled to and deserve. And I think it has major implications for America's global competitiveness. It is a tremendous drag.
Maybe this is
on
all.
our
You could also
system
think of
when
this
we
as
have
if
poorly
this doesn't put in a lower high,
kids,
we
don't
actually
really
start
want a
closing up
society, I
here.
hope not, where we have
Watch out.
educational
Is
haves
Meta
and
going up?
You said it's political will, and I know that you do spend some time, fighting the teachers
It's okay,
union,
man. Don't
instance.
even stress. Today's a weird day, bro.
With changing policies,
Let me
is
see,
that what
actually,
the biggest obstacle
because I
is,
feel
do you
like
think, to expanding
I feel like tech
what you're
isn't
doing?
Well, I think the
doing
unions are
anything.
one important obstacle. They influence
I mean, I don't know. I
all
haven't looked at Meta right
educational
now, but I was
policy,
looking at
and there
Meta
isn't
as
really
well.
another side.
But they're
Imagine if
all
kids
kind
had
of
a
putting in
union,
the same
things
pattern.
might be a little different, but kids and families don't really
it's
have
still,
the level
dude.
of
This might be a
political
lower
influence
high, bro.
that
Which
the
you can
unions
scalp it,
have.
like you
But I
said.
think it
That'd
would
have been a
be
nice
unfair
trade.
to sort of
You
say
know,
that
it pulls
is the
back,
whole
find
problem.
support,
We
take the
have
long,
a
take profits
public
on the way up to
policy
this
in this
resistance
country
level,
that makes
leave a little
no
bit on in
sense.
case it
We have
does break
something
through
called
it.
categorical
You know
funding.
where you're getting out.
I think one of the most important
You know where you're
jobs I
taking
do as
profits, know where you're
CEO
getting
is
out if you're
resource
wrong.
allocation. You
I
can't
think it pulls
do that
back.
if you're a
I don't think it
principal
goes
or a
higher.
superintendent.
Unless the
state
SPY can go
determines
higher.
all of the categories of funding,
Which it
and
might.
you have no ability
Which it might.
to meet the needs of
The
your children
Qs
in front
are.
of you.
So enter Ken Griffin.
Yeah,
So
the
you
Qs are ripping,
from
actually.
Harvard, Miami-Dade, Success Academy. Clearly, education is one of your key priorities. Why?
Qs are
Well,
damn
let's
near
take a
up
huge step back.
to the high a
You and I
day,
will
dude.
spend our days talking about
Yeah.
ARM and Microsoft and NVIDIA. That's not the future of America. The future of America
Look at the
is our
Qs.
children. It's our kids. And
Look
if
at that,
we
damn near
can't
up to the high a
educate the
day.
next generation of American students to be
And I
successful,
had a feeling that this
our
was
country's over.
this a morning pullback to
We
go
talked
long?
earlier about the size of the federal deficit. If we
Because
can't
if you look
profoundly change
at the
productivity in
daily
America,
chart, man, it looks
we
like
can't
the
make
SPY and
promises
stuff
that
was
we've
just
made to
pulling
baby
back to go
boomers,
higher.
our retirees, and those who really do
I
have
felt like they're
hardship in
buying the
life.
dip, right?
We need to radically improve
Right here,
education.
right? You
K
pulled
through
back,
12
you
and high
bounced,
school.
pull
And we
it
spoke
back
about
to hold
political will.
what was resistance.
Let's be clear. We need the
and
voter
bang, but you
to
had a
make
gap up there.
this
So
an issue.
It's not.
It's not, and they're going to pay the price.
we'll see what happens when we get
When you
back
have
up here to that
53 schools in
449
the state of
area.
Illinois, and not one student
See
can
what
test at
happens.
grade level, you don't have a future in a global economy as a nation.
Is that why you left Chicago?
Maybe this is why the
Part
market
of the
isn't
reason
doing
I left
anything because
Chicago,
Ken Griffith
we've
has
lost the focus
has a
on the basic services of government.
Ken's got a
Government should
meeting with
educate our
CNBC,
children.
so the market's
Government
not
should keep
moving
our
because he
streets
is the
safe.
market.
Government
Him and his
should
crew
help
are
create
the
an environment
markets.
in which businesses can flourish, and in which a civic community can come together to make for better cities, better towns, and better environments. We lost that.
This
Illinois.
sucks.
We lost the big picture. But I'm
All right,
so
10:30. Is
pleased
that
to
is that
support
a
what Eva
high or
does here at
a
Success
lower high?
Academies,
We're
because
about to find
she
out.
shows us a different
Let's
way.
see if it puts in a bull flag
She takes
here.
kids who come
Let's see if we
from
put in a bull flag.
the sob story that unions use in trying to justify their poor results in public schools, and she proves them wrong. Not just a little wrong, enormously wrong. And the kids here, they're remarkable.
And we don't always start out excellent. We use data to figure out how to improve every day, how to improve the teaching and learning. We think a lot about educational productivity. What is the fastest way to get a kid to read? And those are the kinds of practices that are really missing. In fact, the educational
Give 'em some,
establishment is kind of
Adderall.
anti-data, anti-productivity, anti-efficiency.
That's what they did to me when I was younger, and
those
I
are some of the things
give me that damn book. No,
allow
I actually
us
read a
to
lot
be-
when I
AI?
was
Is
younger.
AI going to be harmful or hurtful?
I mean, we had
for education?
Goosebumps books and shit
in the
like
long
that.
run, it will be helpful for the same reasons, Ken, you mentioned. It's more the back office. I don't know exactly how helpful it will be on
All right,
learning
so
per
there's a
se,
break. Does
but
it
there
make
are
it
so
support?
many things in education that humans are
Nope.
doing
Is that a
that
failed
are
break above that
unnecessary.
level?
I'm really excited
Let's
about
see.
making
Let's see what
our
happens here.
operations even more efficient
me-
so that we can put more resources in chess and debate and art and music.
Well, it's a great test case.
But I do think, though, I cannot emphasize enough how you hold the children here to extraordinarily high standards, and they rise to the occasion. When you believe in these kids and you believe in their potential, they step up. And I'll share a little story that Dan's going to be upset about. Dan Loeb and I were here a few months ago. And we
Dan
were
Loeb?
in the AP classes, and Dan and I are both big art collectors.
You guys know who Dan
And they
Loeb is.
put up a painting.
Famously.
Yes, and who painted this, and what's sort of the story behind this moment in art history? And Dan and I are looking at each other going,
No idea.
I don't know. And then the second painting, and then the third painting, I'm like, I know that era. I can't tell you who
Loeb,
painted it.
right there.
But I mean, to see these kids with that domain expertise is humbling. And then you walk into the macroeconomics AP course, and they're going through all the mathematics of macroeconomics.
Chief
that I
executive,
haven't
a
studied
third
since
point.
college. And it's like, they're serious here. These kids are having a world-class education here in the heart of New York City.
Sounds like their future $19,000 a month interns at Citadel.
They certainly might be.
Look at the
All right,
cues.
Eva,
Just
thank you so
right
much
back
again
up
for
to
having us
the
here and
high.
talking us through that. Eva Moskowitz.
There it
of
was,
Success
the
Academy.
pullback to go
Ken
long.
Griffin. We're going to have a lot
Fuck.
more with
It's all
Ken.
good.
We've got an
It's
8
all
p.m.
good.
special on CNBC on
Th-
Monday
this
evening.
might
and
be a
we're gonna hear
sideways
much more
day.
from Ken on the political landscape, whether he's still backing Ron DeSantis. I know a lot of people want to know
Why?
that.
Is
Ken
there
will
no
talk a little bit more about
volatility
the growth of the
today? We
firm
just
as
had
well
CPI
at
and
Citadel, which
jobless
is
claims
booming
and all this
in
other
Miami
stupid
and also
ass
here in New
data
York
that
City.
we
But
always
for now, I'll send
get.
it back to you, David.
This is
Sarah,
crazy.
great
I don't
stuff,
like
and very
this.
much look forward to that.
I'm
continued
telling you,
conversation
I know
with
what
Jeanette.
it
By the way,
is.
I did see a lot of those young kids in their uniforms with SA
They
on them
took
on the subway weeks
Ken
ago.
Griffith
I think they must have
the
started
liquidity
way before the
away
schools.
to
Yeah.
do this interview, and the markets aren't volatile. That's why.
five
I'm
weeks
telling you
ago.
guys right now.
I'm
telling you.
I did note them.
The
They're
man
also
isn't
cute
in the
uniforms
office,
with the SA. Sarah,
you know,
thank you.
so they can't really,
Sarah Eisen, a lot more to
you
come
know,
from her with Ken Griffin. And
they
by
can't
the
do
way, a
what they
lot
want.
more to come as well right here from our exclusive, or my exclusive, with the CEO of ARM and the founder of SoftBank. Of course, they rang the opening bell earlier today at the NASDAQ. We talked about the future of AI. We also talked about that man, Rene Haas's relationship with his biggest shareholder, Masa's son. Take a listen.
Rene has, a great chemistry with me. We share the vision completely together. We are talking almost every day. We are chatting with WhatsApp and, calling all the time, almost really every day, multiple times, like 3 times, 5 times, sometimes 10 times a day.
Can we climb and get up to 461? Fuck. That's some. You got some volume there. What is this? NVIDIA? Where are we at on the daily chart? I want to see where the RSI and shit is on the daily chart. It's kind of undersold. Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna go take. I'm gonna go for the long on NVIDIA. I'm gonna go for the long on NVIDIA probably, guys. See if we can get something cracking here. Man, I don't want to get rejected on this freaking thing. Oh my god, I don't have enough volume to believe in this thing. And I don't want to give anything back. Let me just hold up. Let me be patient. Let me see if I get a small pullback. Even if I scalp this thing, something. What was I going to do? Daily. Let me make sure I got the 50-day and everything. So, I haven't looked at Microsoft, Google, or anything. NVIDIA's got a gap fill, so I want to see if we can maybe take this trade into tomorrow. We got to break above this 461. All right, 461 is going to be a target. 461. 461 up there, yes. Come on, give me a pullback, please. Please give me a pullback. You know you want to give me a pullback. Just give it to me, you motherfucker. Look, guys, right here. I want to try and get long at 456.24 on NVIDIA. Let me see what options. And we're looking at 461. That's crazy. I can't. I feel like there's no way in hell. Well, it just moved $10 to the downside. Alright, the Qs tried to wick up at that new high with volume. Qs are getting volume. Oh man, I don't know if I should go for it.
Welcome back. We're keeping a close eye, as you know,
Man, it's
on
gonna
the
go.
opening
I just
price
feel like this is
for
too
that
much to
IPO
pay for
of
these
ARM.
options, even though it's an
Some
expensive
95.5
stock.
million shares. As you take a look at the Nasdaq, they're getting close.
I feel like we're
95.5 million
going,
shares.
guys.
Price
You got volume.
651.
I'm gonna.
That's from SoftBank. That money goes to them.
Give me a pullback,
But it
please.
will create a
I need a
public company of
pullback
ARM. A
on
company
this
they
thing.
bought,
It's gonna go though.
in 2016
I feel like,
for
yeah. See, guys,
$32
it's gonna
billion.
go.
Almost
It's
had
gonna
sold
go.
to
It's not
NVIDIA
gonna
a
give you the
number of years
pullback.
later
That's
for about
it. The
$40
Q's got
billion, but
volume.
the
It's
FTC
time.
and antitrust regulators and a number
It's
of
time.
countries got in the way of that. And now SoftBank, run by Masa's son, of course, hitting the public markets. We're hearing 58 right now is the indication. Had been as high as 60, but we'll keep you apprised. It may change We may be a ways away. It's unclear from
man, this
an open.
sucks,
That
balls.
said, I
I
did have
didn't
an
fucking
opportunity
get
to sit
it.
down with ARM's CEO Renee Haas and, of course, SoftBank's founder and CEO Masa's son, talking about the company as it stands now and what their hopes are for the future.
Whether it's a data center, obviously around sustainability, you want to have as much low power as possible.
That's an increase in
Again,
volume,
back on
just
these
so
cars
everybody's
running off
clear
batteries.
on the Qs there.
It's a great place for ARM to really grow our business, and that's what we did in the years being private.
So
Between
those
2016
contracts
and
just
now,
went
we
from
diversified our
$65
business.
to
We've got
72.
significant growth in the cloud data center and in automotive.
Okay.
Oh,
That
okay.
wasn't what you were supposed to listen to, although it was very interesting. Carl, we're hoping to actually get a much larger chunk of
And look, there goes the
time
Qs.
about,
NVIDIA's going to go, guys.
future for
Fuck!
chip design for ARM.
Damn it!
Talk to Masa about
80,
AI as
just
well.
under 80 now. God damn it.
Sometimes things get a little bit mixed up.
Yeah, I mean,
I should have
managing
just
tape
taken
is a
it.
skill and art in many ways.
And managing the logistics of this shoot was also, as you might imagine,
I can
as
imagine
well.
with the time difference.
Given
It's going
Masa
to continue.
in San Francisco. Okay,
I wouldn't be
let's take a
surprised if
listen
this
to,
continues. The Qs do
the
have some
conversation we
resistance
had
coming
around
up here.
AI, of course, a very important part of the focus of the company in terms of what it says will be the growth ahead, whether it is helping NVIDIA in terms of its Hopper chip and other areas. As our viewers may know, Masa has been focused on AI for quite some period of time, and he
All right,
continues
this is
to
gonna
be
be
a
it.
believer. Take a listen.
The thing is
I'm
once
a
you get that
big
increase in
believer
volume,
of AI.
dude, look at the
Since I
fucking
started
Qs,
software,
guys.
I was a big believer of, the microprocessors.
Look at the Qs.
Enabling
Look at
all
it.
kinds
It's
of technology evolution, starting with PC and then mobile, internet.
NVIDIA's kind of
and then
lagging,
now,
so it's a little weak.
Going into AI, it is.
Look at
a
Tesla
front end
ripping its
of all
fucking
the
ass. It just
innovation
ripped its
of
asshole.
our industry.
Sorry to be so
it's
ignorantly
the core
disgusting,
is the microprocessor. So ARM is now going to become the core of the AI revolution. My belief of the front end of the IT industry's evolution is.
God damn it. So the Qs just got. We got a lot of volume there. What a freaking move, guys! What a move there. As soon as Ken Griffin leaves, you see what I'm saying? Ken Griffin made the call, like, yeah, you guys are okay. That's cool. We can do that. I'm with it. And then they put it on. This is not a coincidence that Ken Griffin was just at a meeting, and then the markets. Look at the volume that came in on the Qs and everything. Right? Citadel is the markets. Just so y'all know who's in charge here. The NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, works for Citadel. These are jokes, by the way, but I am also being serious in a way too. Right? This is not a coincidence. He just gets done this interview. Well, you did have a nice double bottom there on the Qs. Now looking back at it, look back at it. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it funny that literally that interview with Ken Griffin just ends, and then you get that blast of fucking volume? This shit's not ironic. It's not ironic at all. I like Ken Griffith. I think he's a smart guy. I don't like all the little crybaby haters that fucking, oh my god, they're short AMC. Who gives a fuck? Maybe they should run the business right and they wouldn't be shorted. Maybe they should own their properties. Maybe they should think about, what it is that their business model is. Why would you waste money on rent? Get some of that money back. Things of that nature. I don't know. I'm not a CEO, but I do have common sense. Alright, so the only thing left to do is watch it go higher because you think it's going to pull back to pre-market highs and it doesn't. And it just... The train has left. Motherfucker, man. So I did mention this. I had a feeling that... I said, this is the pullback. We pull it back in the morning just to go higher and, for the rest of the day, and that fucking happened. Excuse, I gotta stop cussing, but that happened. Doesn't surprise me. I couldn't put a position on. I didn't have that much. I, looks like you get $2 more out of that move on the Qs. I didn't have that much conviction because we do have a resistance area right here. So I'm still going to stick with that. Right, so there's that resistance level I was talking about right there.
That said, there are a lot of social and ethical type of things to consider, which I think as a society we have to figure out, and we're in early days on that.
All right, want to now get back to what we originally planned to show you prior to listening to that conversation about AI.
I think there was some oil and natural gas data coming out too today.
SABA, Cassava Sciences, more volume coming in 2055, the highest in the
XLE starting to roll over.
Now and in the future, take a listen to Renee Haas talk about that.
Core product is the CPU, and what is the superpower of the CPU? It's the broad software ecosystem around it. We have a software ecosystem like no other architecture probably ever invented. Every major operating system, whether it's iOS, Android, Windows, Android Linux, Automotive Linux, all the Linux distributions for the cloud, not only do they run on ARM, but they've been optimized for years, in some cases decades. RISC-V, as you mentioned, is a new emerging entity. Right now, what we see is that they just don't have much traction in the area of
Unbelievable.
systems. It's not to say that we don't watch
Unbelievable.
very seriously. We obviously do, and there's a lot of war room discussions about how to address that. But broadly speaking, I think the hurdle they have to cross is around the software ecosystem, and that is not an easy moat to cross.
Why not?
Just the sheer amount of development time that goes into it. I'll give you an example. Windows running on ARM PCs. I worked on them personally in my
Jesus Christ. Just goes higher. Just going to go higher and higher and higher.
14 years later,
Unbelievable.
and we're just now starting to see growth of ARM on Windows PCs.
Unfucking believable. This is madness, man. Unbelievable. So the S&Ps, my upside is 450 like we said. Let's see what happens when we get there. Shit. It seems like a lot, but it's not. You know, it's not a lot as far as the past is concerned. Like, you would make 50, 75-cent moves in a candle, but...
Is it your expectation that you will be a holder from here on of that 90% stake, or is it something that you do see as, you know, potentially monetizable over time?
Well, I want to keep it as much as possible, as long as possible. I'm a long-term
Alright, so...
and so on.
Very clear double bottom. We'll see 448 here in the future. Wow. Alright, so I'm just going to watch. I'm just going to sit back and watch now. Ken Griffin left a meeting and made the phone call or answered the question that, hey, risk on? Yeah, send her loose. After that interview, and now the market's just going fucking nuts. I was joking at first when I said Ken's in the meeting. That's why this market isn't doing anything. And as soon as that interview was over, look what happened. He told you he thought that we would go to the upside.
Back into public companies and positions so that, you know, people will have more transparency of the operation of the companies and so on.
I'm still waiting for ARM's IPO just to see if there's any type of opportunity there.
Right. Renee, you're now a public company CEO. I mean, you do have one very large shareholder, but does it change how you do your job?
Well, you know, as Masa said, he's a long-term believer in ARM.
This sucks, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. I'm with you. I'm with you, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I feel it will do that. You know what I mean? Some people might say, "Oh, 5%. What is that?" Well, you got a $100,000 account. You got a $50,000 account. You lose 5% of your account, right? So, I'll see you, buddy. You have a great day, Chris. Let's just try and, you know what I mean? Put it to the side. You know, 5% we can come back from. That's a simple SPX buy. Try and get it. But, you know, again, it's. So, have a good day, Chris. I'll talk to you, buddy.
We're going to be able to do interviews in the future together. So I guess you can ask me that back. I'll be able to ask you that again. Then come back to something as well that Renee, that a number of investors did at least mention to me as a potential concern, which is this lawsuit against Qualcomm.
So what I'm going to watch for is this pullback to pre-market highs. I'm not blind that we have resistance right up here at 450. That's still resistance. So don't. It's just a real strong move. Oh my God. I don't even know what's going on right now. Oh no, you're not doing that to me. It's been wanting. CNBC's been wanting to. Oh my God, it fucking did it, man. I don't know why CNBC at 11:30 every day keeps fucking up. Nobody gives a shit about the interference. There is no interference. Right? There's no interference. Who gives a fuck? The president's obviously the president. If he interfered, I'm fucking tired of this MSNB fucking stupid shit. There we go. Thank God. Because I want to see. All right, guys. So they're around the podium now for ARM IPO. Let's do it. I'm gonna watch this thing and see if it gets halted. Did it already start? Nope. It's loaded up. Let's go, baby. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, no, what's the... Come on, I want to see this. What is the ARM IPO?
We'll see if that's the case. Fortunately for investors in the Vision Fund, of course, in part, he did not take advantage of that gain. The entire interview will be available online. We'll let you know. Squawk on the Street, Teens Right.
Is this your dream of
I don't understand this. It didn't give me this earlier. 1,200. Do you guys see this? Was that an old ticker from the past, I guess? So this thing's at $1,201.
Featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5316. Investments disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured. 1-800-213.
I feel, buddy. You have a great day, man. I appreciate you, Chris.
If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call. Call 1-800-213.
I did too. I can't deny that. I felt like we weren't really getting that full momentum to the downside and that we could possibly get a bounce, but I kind of just took off. You know, if you didn't catch that first bounce, and then you're looking at it above VWAP and you're like, hey. So what I didn't do in this trade was say, hey, we get up here, things have changed. Well, really, you know, you could consider this a lower high, but once you got here, things changed. Let's see if we can roll it over and catch the bounce. But again, I still think we get resistance up here. I don't think we get through 450. I don't think we get through 450. I think you're going to need a catalyst to get through that. That catalyst is going to have to be a Fed meeting. It's going to have to be something. Unless I'm wrong and we're just going to climb the new highs, which seems to be the case. If the cues are any sign of what's to come. Nope, see, there's the rejection, right? There's the rejection up there.
Be a finance and HR rockstar. Workday for a changing world. I love shopping the Real Real. Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, or Burberry, Saint Laurent. Luxury brands up to 90% off retail.
Saint Laurent.
The Real Real.
Thursday, October 12th. Join CNBC's Financial Advisor Summit. Hear from top advisors and market experts on
And look, those Nvidia calls are down to 54 cents. What happened? See that little bit of a pullback, how it hurts you so bad? They went from 8, they were at 80 or 70 some.
An update from the NASDAQ plus exclusive sound from Mazda-san. Next, later, the United Auto Workers and Detroit's Big Three remain far apart. The implications of what would be an unprecedented strike. At the bottom of the hour, one of the world's largest PE firms, KKR's Henry McVeigh, joins us exclusively right here on set. All right, S&P up about 0.2%. But let's get straight to the story of the day. ARMS.
Man, we could have shorted Ford.
The biggest IPO of the year. The stock pricing at $51 a share. It was at the top end of the anticipated range, giving it a market cap of $54 billion.
This might be a time to short Ford and take it down to 1234 on that bounce back. And it's down 1%. I feel like it's trying to regain some life, but I don't think it's going to. I think that's it.
So the indications coming in interesting. You know, they started the morning at about 62. That was the first indication. Fell to about as low as 57, which implies about a 12% gain relative to that $51 IPO price. And now it's kind of around 57, 58. Still have some time before this starts trading. We could expect at least another hour, maybe hour and a half or so.
Oh, wow.
It's open and kind of off to the races for ARM. But it's interesting nonetheless just to kind of see where these indications are coming.
All right, I'm going to go feed my little girl real quick. Go feed, let me go give her some lunch, and I'll be right back. SoftBank doing all the selling. So you might want to be long SoftBank. They're going to make a ton of money from this IPO. I will BRB. Look at that pop, man. That's insane. We should pull it back. That's so fucked. Or screwed, I mean. I gotta stop cussing. What's up, bro? Where you been at, Brody? You sleeping? You didn't miss anything if you did. It's a good day to do that. Still waiting on the ARM IPO. I guess it's gonna be another hour or so. They're sitting around the table. So, as you can see, they are sitting around the table. You just have to look on CNBC. I'll bring it up when they go to ring the bell and really, and ARM gets to open. But I guess SoftBank is they're trying to probably find a they're trying to match up whoever's going to buy it from SoftBank to sell to you so they can catch the difference. That's how IPOs work, right? The company goes to SoftBank. SoftBank says, I'll evaluate it at this. They'll create it, whatever. They will put up an offering, to the markets. You know what I mean? So they want to be able to get a price where they're low enough that where it's still low enough for them, and then you, the final user, which would be me, you, people that don't have access to the private holdings, which is going to be a lot cheaper, and you're going to have a spread there. Sometimes it's like X amount that you can't sell for up to 3 months, right? But they will sell some. So like the difference is going to be whoever SoftBank has it and the other buyers that want to be able to buy this thing at a price that they can then sell it and hopefully cash in on the difference. And maybe even hold some long term. That's up to them, That's how IPOs pretty much work. I mean, that I've seen, right? SoftBank has all the issuance, and right now they're going through and like they're just sitting there and I guess getting buyers and stuff. Let me see. That's actually the ARMS team that's going to ring the bell. Well, they did ring the bell. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Like, because Goldman Sachs used to be big for that, right? They would get this equity price at a discounted price, bring it on the market, and be able to sell the difference at their discounted price from where it's trading at, and collect on the difference. Because they were the underwriter for it. They got to get paid, right? They put up the capital. I'm going to watch 449. We're going into the level. It's about $1 right here. Fuck, man. If we continue to the upside, I feel stupid if I were to get long right now. So maybe that's the right thing to do. I don't want to just blindly get long. Oh my God, look at that. Remember the time of the change. Start remembering the times. 10:15, 10:18, 10:20. Right? 10 o'clock. It's a little double bottom there. Bang. Pull back, double bottom. Bang. Unreal.
Spreading your bets around is going to get you enough wins in this type of market phase we've been in for a while. Not being particularly value sensitive, not necessarily trying to trade in and out. But I do also think we have to keep in mind.
I do still have a position on TLT. Still have some left. And okay, so it did break up above there. I don't like TLT right now. I don't like the price action of it. I don't. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Leslie, I guess the shorter term question is whether or not today really is a manifestation of the green shoots that at least the street's been talking and wishing about for the last, say, 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt, Carl. Obviously, if this deal, the stakes are high. If this deal doesn't go well and investors who purchase that IPO at the IPO price are suddenly underwater, that doesn't bode well for the other deals that are marketing their roadshows currently and the other ones who have recently filed. That said, if it does go well, it certainly could open up the possibility
All right, so let's see here. I'm gonna scan around, look at some charts and stuff, guys. I want to see if this area starts to become resistance. This could be a nice resistance level right there. That could be a really nice resistance level, folks. I like it. I like it a lot. It's actually a little bit higher.
And a lot more on ARM as we count down to the opening trade at the NASDAQ with the stock indicated to open at 58 right now. Stay with us.
So they said they're going to open it at 58 bucks. I really like the resistance up there. Up here. That is kind of it.
Businesses everywhere are asking.
Is it possible?
With Comcast Business, biz.
Is it possible to use predictive monitoring to address operations issues?
We can help with that.
Can we provide healthcare virtually anywhere?
We can help with that too.
Is it possible to survey foot traffic across all of our locations?
Yeah, absolutely. With the advanced connectivity and intelligence of global secure networking from Comcast Business, it's not just possible, it's happening.
Want Bitcoin exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with simple GBTC. Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, the world's largest Bitcoin fund. GBTC. Bitcoin investing begins here.
Real money, real debate, real-time moves. Scott Wapner and the halftime.
I don't know what happened there. I'm getting tired. Caffeine and blood pressure's up, so now I'm getting tired from sitting here and drinking caffeine. Story of my life. Story of my life. Hopefully I didn't put that in your head. That fucking gay ass song. You know, I got a filthy potty mouth. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm disrespectful. Beep. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm just gonna relax and wait for RMIPO, but I'm not gonna relax. I'm just gonna see if we get a pullback. See what happens. Watch the Qs. They're the winner. Qs are winning. Small green trade today. Short. I don't know what I got. I forget my percentage. I don't know what it was. 16% maybe. I forget. Something low. Base hit. All right, there we go. So we are pulling back off 450. Look at that, damn near to a T. But this is your support. Look for a break and retest there to confirm that downtrend is intact, that you have broken the uptrend. So what would we do here? What am I going to look for? I would look for a pullback. We break this level, but it's going to put in a higher low. Where do I think that higher low is going to be? I think we're going to see it hit right about here. Right? Here. It's where I think that mark, where the S&Ps are probably... No. Fucking bastard. Come on. There we go. Let's see if we can... I'm going to say right around in here somewhere. See if we can pull her in there real quick. And then what do I think we do after that? I think we put in a lower high. Hello, how are you? Hi, hello, how are you? Down. Up. I mean, it's not going to be like this, but... And then we finish the day right about where we open. Let's see what... Man, we still got a lot of day left. I'd have to go back, obviously. I'd have to go back to see where the trend is and kind of really time everything out, but that's in me thoughts, mate. That's in me thoughts. You got to see what this ARM IPO is going to do to the SPY and the Qs. Just kidding. It's not going to do shit to them. Yeah, you got to watch ARM. ARM might send this market, you know, ripping higher or down lower. No, I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. It's just a joke, people. So let's see what happens. Hi, baby. I'm going to go feed her real quick. Okay, hold on. Let me hear the source. All right. Well, we already know that they're going to strike. So here they're talking about Ford. I'm coming, baby. I could get you some more food. Yeah, I could get you some food. Yeah, come on. I could get you some.
For Ford, it's our understanding that the UAW plans to strike at the Livonia transmission plant, Lima, Ohio engine plant,
Transmission and everything.
and finally for Stellantis, we understand that the UAW will walk out.
And look, there's that resistance.
Plant in Kokomo, Indiana, and the Dundee engine plant.
They're walking out. Why don't you walk out on your presidents that started all this shit from the beginning? Boeing is back down to $200. It was at fucking 220 some dollars a couple of weeks ago. Look at this. How did we miss this one? What the? What the? This is what we don't do, people. We don't miss Boeing dropping from 230 to 200. What the? So it's getting down to its 200-day moving average. Wow. Are you serious? How and where the fuck was I when this happened? Why was nobody that I've heard talk about Boeing going back to 200? It's insane. And it's looking like it's breaking that support level. So weird. So fucking weird. That's crazy. That's a fucking play, guys. If I have ever seen a short, that was it. You guys understand? I'm not sure if any of you guys know, this type of move. You catch this type of move on something, I'm telling you guys, this is where you can make your money. But wow. That's crazy. I mean, I guess that's a really nice pattern. Do you guys see that? Look at that. That's a double top. Fell out of bed for this previous support. You gapped up off of earnings, pulled it back, support, rallied, double top up here, pull it back. You found support, it bounced, and then it broke the next day. Found previous support back at resistance, right? Bounced, resistance, gap down, bounce it back, resistance, and then that was it. That double top clearly told you resistance is now support, or support's now resistance. Wow.
Semiconductor manufacturing capabilities have been demonstrated to be very, very meaningful and strong. And so one must keep in mind that there's a lot of
What is up with all these people leaving the company? Why is everyone leaving the company? I don't understand. There's a reason why all these CEOs are leaving. BP, Starbucks. I mean, now Binance, and like, I guess they want to cash out of their, they want to cash out. And maybe if they are under contract to sell while stocks are where they are, they gotta forfeit, or you know what I mean. They gotta throw in the towel and say I'm leaving, and that's how they cash out at that price. I guess at that price or whenever, that shit. However that shit works, you know. Good deal. Chuck Todd is gone. Take his bitch ass on somewhere else. Always. I hate news. I really do. I really hate it. So I'm just looking through, guys, and seeing. I'm gonna go through some charts. Kind of see where I want to go. Look. Let's see how this works out. Let's see how you know what I mean. I'd like to be able to teach you guys how to do this, if it works out. You know what I mean? Being able to say this is what I think happens, literally, and drawing it out. I'm still here. Damn it. We just ripped higher, didn't we? Fuck. All right, so we broke it. The confirmation that I had this morning that I thought we would. That looks crazy. It's So. Wow. What the fuck?
Given the strength of the underwriters, but I'm just not tempted at this level.
Fucker, man. This sucks. Wow. So when I was looking at the 4-hour chart and the daily chart, like let's go look at a 4-hour chart, and you're gonna see that it looks like that we're getting a bounce off of that pullback. This was my last line of defense, was the orange line. I wrote down S&P's 449 resistance 1, watch 449 break for it to break, and then go to like 450. It's a dollar range. Because what you have here, right, you have resistance up here, where you had prior support that has not been tested yet. And that was your test, and now you're coming up into those wicks. So, worst case, we're going back to 453, and we're going to get into the gap. Well, the gap's way up here.
Well, I think it's going to be tough now because estimates have been going higher.
That's so insane.
Puts us in the later stages
What the
this economic cycle, particularly with the delayed response to the massive Fed tightening cycle. So I do believe whether it's the 7th inning or 8th inning, I can't be that precise.
So that's the range we're in, and it might just take longer. Right? This is the range we could still. We're just stuck in this range. Wow.
In terms of the deficit specifically, yes, that'll create higher borrowing costs, which will
Unbelievable.
projects, consumer behavior.
I guess we tested it enough. We tested it pre-market.
We've seen higher deficits in other countries.
This 444 level. All right. What I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go just get a bite to eat real quick. I will. Did it already start? Did it start? Oh, what the shit? So ARM IPO has started. It's just climbing. Look for a sell-off as it's climbing up here. I mean, I feel like some people are going to offload shares. I mean, I don't know the valuation just yet.
I disagree. I think higher rates will impact the stock market at some point. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. I do think
I
it
know.
will happen. Interest rates just higher interest rates just slow everything down. It's going to be harder to get the earnings growth that people are now projecting for 2024. As Jason said, it gives people an alternative, and which we didn't have. We had negative real rates for most of the last 15 years. It pushed a lot of people into equities, and
I should have taken a short right there. I'll be right back. Did anybody play this? Did you guys play this highly anticipated IPO? Yeah? No? Yeah? I know, there's nobody here. It's just me. I can talk to myself. So look at that. How do you have a 20-day moving average? I guess 20 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's when it starts. That's when it starts. Beaner. I didn't want to say it. I got a Cheech and Chong stuck in my head. He don't want to go to work because he don't want to wake up early.
Yes, we're in London, but we're also here, and here. In fact, we do business in 190 countries, and the stock exchange is just part of what we do. Today, we connect all the news, information, insights, and systems that make the market.
Like I said, guys, their job is to make money. All right, so if you can sell it higher than when you bought it, that's your job. You got to get paid for putting this public. There's a lot of laws and regulations that, you know, that they got to abide by, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I know exactly how that process works, but, you know, I don't know if they have X amount that they can sell, or if they already sell it to someone else who then sells it to you that you're buying. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Maybe we'll look into it and we'll do a lesson with it. Yeah. Yeah, I just burnt the shit out the roof of my mouth. I knew I was going in way too deep for that bite. Oh my gosh. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Just a little bit. Cool it down. Let it cool down. I literally just destroyed the roof of my mouth. I hate these foods. They're not enjoyable, but it was just something quick. So, it's actually got some good ingredients. I forget what it's called. It's got good ingredients and stuff, but I just don't like that type of where it's steaming hot and then like I don't know. I just don't want to drive out anywhere. I don't want to go anywhere right now. Looks like they have a new girl on CNBC today that I haven't seen. I mean, she may not be new, but I don't know. That's all I got for now, guys. I'm watching 451. See if we can put in a double top there. See if the market can pull in. This is absolutely insane. I had a brief psychological talk with myself that, hey, this is the bounce, get long on the pullbacks moment this morning. I don't know if it was from the ES or the SPY where I saw it, if it was the 4-hour daily. I literally told myself, and looking at the weekly, this was the bounce, that was the pullback bounce, and we've done just that. I still feel like this area is going to be a bit tough to get through. So, yeah. So like right there, right? Look at that. I don't know why Thinkorswim doesn't have a monthly chart. Why does it not have a monthly chart? TradingView is free and it has it. Doesn't have an anchored VWAP. I wonder if TradingView has anchored VWAP. I'll have to look. Beaner. I know that's offensive. I'm sorry. It's a song that's in my head. I don't know where it came from. And I know where the song came from. I know what movie it is, but I don't know. I don't know why it when it came into my head. I want to say it's so loud. I want to sing it so loud, but it's so offensive, I think. I mean, it's not like offensive if you're a little bitch. I mean, Christ, I used to, you know, me and the Spanish guy at work sang it together, and we're jamming out. He actually thought it was fucking hilarious. You know what I mean? White people can get it too. White people probably get it the most, because they do the most. I can't believe I just did that. Now I'm not going to be able to eat for like a week. I just burnt the shit out the roof of my mouth. Like bad. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do now. I mean that's not true. There's actually plenty you could do. You know, the again, I had a brief moment in my mind, and I said it out loud on the stream this morning, that this was looking like a bounce, right? That we pulled back, we're bouncing, and it's like it's an extension. And I don't know if it was off of the 4 hour or what. But it's very clear that one of these time frames showed you. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, right here. Right here, this hold. This hold of 446. Alright, see? We rally, we pull back, we bounce. Alright, you pull back, but we closed above 446. Resistance, support. Alright. I don't think we get up into the gap just yet, though, so I'm not sitting here saying we're off to the races, right? This is what we need to be able to get a nice pullback, to pull sellers in. Right? We've been oversold, which I've been screaming from the top of my lungs that we were oversold. Let's look for the bounce to get that weekly chart RSI and MACD to put in that lower high. And then we could start to look for the downside. Or we just keep going up. Or we don't go down. We go to the moon. Yeah, 450 area. That orange line there seems to be the resistance. That I would consider the resistance. You know, if you think that we don't have a reason to go up, right? We had good earnings and stuff like that, but we're coming into an environment that is pretty risky. You know, these are the areas where you would put that on, because you're going to know, more sooner than later if you're wrong about that decision, about that trade, and you're going to be able to lose less, and you're going to pay less. You're going to JCPenney this trade. JCPenney this trade as in you're paying less, right? If you're in the option, short, whatever. An option's like, you're paying less, and the move itself is less, so that's how you lose less when you're wrong than when you make when you're right. I don't think a lot of people, at least, retail side, maybe you guys that are watching understand it, but I don't think people understand the full grasp of, of buying low and selling high, and you're getting it cheaper. Understanding the fact that it's cheaper there, and you're giving it less room. Like, that's a double plus, right? That's a That's a double.
Become a tradition. I open up every season with you, and here we go again. We appreciate that. You got a good one tonight too. I mean, the Eagles are the Eagles, and I'll tell you what, you know.
I feel like it's so crazy how we got through, like where the cues went to. I mean, guys, the higher it goes, just wait for earnings. The higher it goes, the more it's going to give you to the short side. If it can't, match earnings multiples. Um, so we're hanging out up here. This is a range, and I'm going to show you that you know, you want to watch to see if it just hangs out up here, because if it does, you may go higher. Right? We don't really have a reason to go lower, and I said that earlier. So what is the reason? Why are we going to go lower? Why? Why are we going to go lower? Why are we going to go higher? You got to ask yourself that stuff. Do we have a reason to sell off? Kinda. You know, the data was poop. See it? Right here, this base. You can see right here. You can see here. 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 So 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart.
For the final trades today. And if you tell me that Farmer Jim is going to tell us Cleveland Cliffs, there you go. I think I'm going to switch over to Fox Business News. It's real simple.
He really said that. He's hilarious. The dude on CNBC that does the whatchamacallit. He calls out, he does Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football and stuff, and he's like, if you tell me Cleveland Cliffs, I'm gonna turn it to Fox Business.
Can't think of a better way to spend Christmas week. Cliffs.
Here you go.
I think I'm going to switch
right here.
over to Fox Business News. It's real simple.
Don't you do that.
Because he's asking him what's the pick. He's asking him for a stock pick.
But I do see, Al, on your schedule that December 28th, you're going to be in Cleveland. And I'm a Jets fan, so I might have to come out to that. I'll see if I could perhaps twist the CEO's arm, Lorenzo Gonsalves, invite him to the game, and maybe you can pulse him yourself on what the stock's doing. If you're up for that, I'll try to make that happen. I can't guarantee it, but he is a watcher of the show, so who knows? Maybe he'll call in a sec.
Can't think of a better way to spend Christmas week.
The Jets. And I'm not, hey, listen, let me be clear. I'm not saying that the Cleveland Cliffs is the Zach Wilson of my portfolio, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe Zach will have the year we've been waiting for. Let's see.
Well, give me something else, though, besides Cleveland Cliffs. I've got to get something from you.
All right, Transocean.
Rig, you're taking my stock,
this is
bro.
a company that controls the supply of these deep water ocean rigs. They have announcements after announcements of new contracts. There's one today. This thing's going to be a cash flow machine over the next couple of years.
You touted that.
Give it up for your boy. I've been calling this thing out forever, guys.
It's up, it's a nice game today. Al, before I let you go,
we've been calling this thing out since day one. We've been day oneers. We've been in this thing since 2022.
What a shocker, obviously, with
we've been in it back here, bro. Where was you at? I didn't see you anywhere.
Here forward. I mean, they have a great defense and they have a lot of weapons on offense.
I forget his name, but I didn't see him in there.
Broadcaster?
I was here. We was buying. I bought calls and everything.
Look
at that beautiful double bottom right there. That's a beautiful chart.
Aaron Rodgers thing
double bottom. Boom.
I don't think anybody enjoyed what happened the other night. That was terrible, and hopefully Aaron recovers and does have a little bit more time left. Comes back at the age of 40. But you're right.
Learn how to read the basics of the chart.
The defense is great. The defense is terrific.
And another one, right?
And offensively, Beast Hall, the running back, great. Wilson, you know what kind of receiver
I don't know if it's going to break these highs. It might.
I think that's a very well-coached team. I don't think that team winds up, 3-14 by any stretch of the imagination.
I think that next move,
maybe that won't be as good as they would have been with Aaron. Who knows? But maybe Zach Wilson, who was going to be the guy, he was going to be the franchise quarterback 3 years ago. Maybe spending all that time with Aaron this year, finally having an opportunity to step up.
Listen, the Jets won with a freaking running it back on a punt.
Great visiting with you as always.
Zach Wilson isn't
thanks.
bad,
We'll see you soon.
I just don't know if Zach Wilson's tall enough.
All right,
not
we'll
like
look for
tall
that tonight.
enough, but
Of course, by the way,
there's just
be sure to
something
catch
about
the
him
NFL
that,
on
like,
NBC this Sunday night.
Because you
on the
got to
New
be able to
England
throw
Patriots. That's a
over
good one,
fucking
too.
6'4", 6'5",
Starts at 7 p.m. That's
6'6"
7 p.m.
lineman,
Eastern, of course,
300
NBC
some
and
pounds, and
Peacock.
throw
Up
over
next,
top
Mike
of him.
Santoli with his midday word. We're at fresh session highs near 350 on the Dow. We're back after this.
So guys, check out Nvidia, right? Nvidia's pretty weak. Look at Rig. Now it's pumping. Look at it pumping now because of that call out. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. So let's look at Nvidia. It's not up at high. So my thesis on the downside might be coming to fruition. There's just no momentum. You know, maybe I take it and try and get it for an overnight swing.
Did you?
All right, welcome back. Biggest IPO of the year. We've been telling you about it. Open for business. There
What do
it
you
is.
guys
It's
think
ARM
about
Holdings,
that?
up near 18%. Price
A,
51. It's currently trading
swing
at
trade on
60.
Nvidia
Mike
to the
Santoli,
downside.
our senior markets commentator, has joined us now for his midday word. So, I mean, you need a couple things to check the boxes today. ARM, seemingly good.
Yeah.
PPI, you know, a little hotter than expected, but again, like CPI, doesn't seem to be too upsetting to either the bond or the stock.
I think that's kind of the key, the absence of an alarm being sounded by the bond market on the PPI and CPI number. It comes in general with a little bit of a sense of slower activity, whether it's from the airlines or the restaurants within the retail sales number, so that, you know, the bond market reaction maybe is suppressed on that level. In general, though, yesterday I also would note a lot of put buying, a lot of hedging. So there's this anxiety that's built up in the market because it has really been sort of this low momentum slog. Headline index looks pretty okay, right? It's kind of in this little higher highs, higher lows for the last couple of weeks. But the issue is the average stock is not really doing a whole lot. So we'll see. You know, we're still kind of range by. I think the ARM IPO, well received. I don't know that it has, you know, huge coattails in terms of other types of companies, but better than seeing it flop.
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly. Better than the alternative.
Yeah.
A couple stock stories that are on my mind as I just look at my screen. It's been a rough week for Netflix.
Yeah, it has.
Down another 2% today and near 9% this week. Got any, you know, are you watching that? You know, we talk a lot about Apple, Nvidia, but
I think I'm
Netflix.
certainly
And
watching
if
it.
it
I
says
think that, again,
made
it was
with
one
real
of these,
beef,
so
if it
many
has to tell you
reasons
it's
to
made
love
with
it
real
on the
beef, it
way
probably
up,
isn't
which
real
was the ad tier coming on, the password sharing crackdown, all these little boosts to revenue, and then the CFO comes out and says, yes, at a conference and saying, yeah, we're going to get some benefits. Some of it's front loaded, but also explicitly said, we don't think we should be continuing to push margins
if you're getting some
higher
buyers that are
on
gonna
the same
step in
basis
here.
we have been for a while. It wouldn't be good long term for the business. I think that shows you what the street was counting on, which was continued you know, margin growth. Also, it's been such a beneficiary relative to its peers during the strike, the writers and actors strikes, that maybe that just got built in all at once.
if you're looking for a broad day, I mean, this is your kind of day. Small caps up near 1%. I mean, they've been trash lately, as we know, but really across the board, it's pretty nice.
It's working better today. Again, it's been one day this way, one day off. Tomorrow we do have the quarterly expiration. Historically, the week after that sometimes gets a little sloppy. We'll see if that holds up or if we pulled some of the weakness into August, as some people have been arguing.
All right, I will see you in just a bit on Closing Bell. Okay. All right, it's Mike Santoli.
So
Final trades. They're coming up
Netflix, or not Netflix, but Nvidia. Excuse me, I apologize.
Are you
I feel like
following the
it's
Halftime
gonna-
Report
it could
podcast?
probably bounce
What are you
and put in
waiting
a higher
for?
low.
Look for us in your favorite podcasting
Right,
app.
put in a
Follow
higher
the
low.
Halftime Podcast now.
So I'm gonna be here. I might go do some football or something, and a couple other things that I got to do. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm gonna throw this away and grab a Red Bull, grab something to drink and some water.
free consultation.
I hope to join me 3 o'clock Eastern today on Closing Bell. Gabriela Santos of JP Morgan will be with me, Joe Terranova. We have top financial advisor Richard Saperstein as well with his view on where this market is going on a day where we're up near 350 on the Dow. We'll keep our eyes, too, on the developments with the UAW. Phil LeBeau on top of that. Leslie Picker with the latest on ARM. We'll track that one into the close as well as the biggest IPO of the year opens, and we'll find out how it looks as we head towards that final hour of trade as well. Amy Raskin, what's your final trade?
I'm going to go with Verizon. I think I like how Team's reacting to the news that they just are delivering cash flow in the range. It's 7 times earning, 8% dividend yield, not loved by the street, underperformed the market so far this year, so we like it. And most importantly, wireless pricing is not going down anymore.
Steve Weiss, a.k.a. Mr. Freeze.
Oracle. Yes, I took an initial position in Oracle. Look, I think the sell-off was overstated. The quarter wasn't that bad, and I'm focused on the cloud business. So right now it sits at valuation on a May year similar to what the others are. Actually, a big discount to what the others are. So I think it's still got legs. It's bouncing nicely.
Yeah, it is 2.5%, just thereabouts. Weiss into Oracle. All right, good to know. Farmer Jim.
I mentioned Transocean earlier. I'm going to repeat it again. And the thing you're looking for here is the 1/3 of their fleet that's in cold stack status. You're looking for announcements of those rigs getting contracts. I think that's going to happen soon.
I don't know why I thought I was hearing something. I don't know if it was my phone or
profit
what.
was really strong this past quarter. I think Jassie's just getting started.
All right, I'll see you on Closing Bell. The exchange begins right now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and ahead this hour, the major stock story of the day. ARM shares jumping about 17%, 18% in the chip company's trading debut. The biggest IPO in a couple of years. The first print was $56.10, about $5
I don't understand why the Qs and everything's going higher. There's like not stocks aren't really going higher.
And that's still down from the $64
So
billion
what is it
SoftBank
that's going
itself
higher?
had
Like
valued the company
Roblox
when it took full control
type of names?
just last month. And we have full team coverage of this IPO
No.
and its ramifications today. Leslie
No.
Picker is out at the site of the action at the
No.
NASDAQ for us. David
Damn.
Faber is fresh off his
Why
interview
are the
with SoftBank's
Qs up?
Masayoshi Son and ARM CEO.
AMD,
And
Nvidia. I know where
Axios'
Nvidia's
Dan
at. I know where
Primack and
Tesla's
Bullpen
at.
Capital's Duncan Davidson are here with their first
AAPAO.
impressions and implications for the rest of the IPO market, maybe for the markets in general. Leslie, let's start
It's
with
up
you
a
and a
little
sigh of
bit.
relief here, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely a sigh of relief here. I mean, this one was priced
Apple.
at 51 at the high end of the range. It opened at 56.10, so that generated about an 11%, 12% pop at the open. And then it's gone higher from there. You can see it's currently trading around $60 per share. So if you take that and you multiply it by the total number of shares outstanding on a fully diluted basis, which includes restricted stock options, that gives you that $64 billion valuation that
CRM selling
SoftBank had
off,
that
like,
transaction just last month
I don't
where they acquired the
understand.
remaining stake in ARM they didn't already own from their Vision
I don't know.
Fund.
I don't
back
know.
into
I'm
SoftBank.
just here
kind
for
of
the
interesting
beers, I
psychology
guess.
there.
I'm
Could
just here
be
for the
more
food.
coincidence than anything. But as we kind of
Nvidia,
look at this
what else
deal
is in
and on a
the
price to
Qs?
earnings basis, this one's not coming
Netflix
cheap. In
is
fact,
selling
it's quite
off and
expensive,
shit, so-
about double that on a
Excuse my
relative value
language.
compared to its chipmaker peers.
Excuse
and it's
me,
also
whoa.
coming in at a discount to where prior expectations had been. That $64 billion
all right, I'll be right back.
just
Grab me
last month. And
something
then
to
there were
drink.
reports
You know,
earlier
if
in
you-
their
if
year,
you got
the year that said
the
that they
riddle,
would be targeting
or if you got
70
the,
billion up to
answer to
70
solve this
billion for
problem, let me
valuation.
know.
So definitely came below there, and they were able to, as a result of some of that psychology, some of the marketing, orchestrate a decent open today, which should bode well for those other IPOs that are in the pipeline. Obviously, this is an idiosyncratic situation, but you don't want to see a deal this size go down
let
while
me
other
forget
IPOs are
to
on the
keep
road,
this up
because
for you
that
guys, if you
leaves
guys wanna watch it.
investors, with losses on their hands, may have less of an
start getting
appetite to
better.
buy future deals. So if they're sitting nicely today, they may at least take a look at some of these other IPOs on the road.
Yeah, absolutely, Leslie. Thank you very much. And this may tell us as much about SoftBank as it does about ARM or tech or the IPO market. And Masayoshi Son himself earlier today sat down in an interview with our David Faber. So, David, people love to hear from Masa Son, although the halo, is not maybe what it once was. Still, he has to feel good about how this offering has gone off so far, because it looked a little more more dicey maybe a day or two ago.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you know what I think I've heard, I think Leslie as well, is they could have potentially priced actually above the range at 52. He was given that option, chose 51. Seems to have been a good decision given the aftermarket performance thus far, Kelly. And of course, as Leslie made clear, SoftBank still owns 90% of this company. So they are a significant rise in value, equaling, again, what to take their own 75% to 100% at that $64 billion value. Of course, one key question from here will be, well, what do you do now, Masa? Are you potentially a seller in the future of some of that 90% position? Here's what he had to say.
Our intent is to hold as I wanted to keep 100% of ARM. Only reason IPO and selling. ARM is such an important company for the industry. I wanted to have investors opportunity to participate on the upside opportunity of ARM.
So, Kelly, he was being generous in allowing the upside opportunity, which he truly believes, along with Renee Haas, of course, the company's CEO. A lot of it attached to the promise of AI, the chips that will power it, and the fact that ARM intends to be a very key component of all of those chips, certainly made by the likes of NVIDIA, for example. So that is part of the growth story here. The market seems to be a believer.
So, and I'm just kind of going back and looking at some of the headlines about SoftBank, David. Twilight of an Empire is one that jumps out after they had $32 billion in losses last year. We obviously know that 2022 was a terrible period for tech, for the markets, but 2023 in the story. I'm curious how you would perceive kind of the financial position and its need to unload any further pared back dramatically in an effort to raise cash.
Yeah, and what it really has pared back, of course, is what was once one of the greatest investments of all time, that being helped along. There is no doubt that the Vision Fund has not performed to the extent that was thought possible, or at least hoped for, in terms of funded $100 billion in the second one. Obviously, we all know the problems that have taken place in the valuations that were paid. We know about WeWork, certainly with SoftBank, the largest sponsor. Also, it was the last time I actually sat down and talked to Masa. We were in person then. It was a different time, but he was speaking incredibly enthusiastically about his vision for the future, namely about AI, that they didn't really execute as well on that vision in terms of their investment portfolio as you might have thought, right? I mean, ChatGPT, for example, or any number of other of the companies that are such an important wave of generative AI. That said, fully on board, he believes he's made will prove to be in what he still believes is the future for AI, that general intelligence, from what he said to me, it seems like he thinks it's going to be pretty soon. Yeah,
listen, it is still nascent. There could be many more chapters of this SoftBank story. That interview and joining us to talk about it, David Faber. ARM is the biggest IPO in years, but how much of a bellwether is it really for the rest of the IPOs waiting in the wings? Joining me now, Dan Primack is business editor at Axios, and Duncan Davidson is a partner at Bullpen Capital. And since we were just talking about SoftBank, David, I want to start with you. You're not all that impressed by what Masa's son has been up to here or up to lately. Duncan, sorry. But do you think now that this is kind of out of the way, it kind of shows that the market, okay, we cleared this hurdle even for a listing that felt a little desperate?
Well, I must say, I'm amused to hear there's now a SoftBank risk in a stock. That's a new one. But after WeWork, I suppose it's sensible. This company, ARM, is to smartphones what Intel is to PCs. It should be a core holding of most portfolios in tech. And so I'm actually happy this thing is public. I don't think Masa is going to sell. I think he can leverage this position to do other things, which is probably what his real plan is. I will say this, though. This IPO is normal. Goes up 10%, maybe we'll end the day 15, 18% up. That's a normal IPO, but it's not a big pop. So I think we're all waiting for next week. Instacart and I guess Kite, what is it? The other one to go public to really see if this is a tech story now for VCs.
Yeah, very much, Dan, kind of what you're saying. Instacart now becomes the next one to watch here.
Yeah, and Claveo also, which is the other one Duncan was referring to, which maybe is arguably more important. It's a name that fewer people know because not a consumer name. It's marketing SaaS, but matters because you've got so many other SaaS companies which are in the pipeline watching, a lot fewer grocery delivery companies watching. Leslie Picker said something interesting. She talked about how, the fact that this one, ARM, didn't, face major headwinds was important. I think that's true. In other words, I don't think ARM succeeding doing this normal IPO is really tailwinds for others. But if it was getting crushed, if it was now trading, down at $40 a share or something, right, that would have freaked out Instacart and Claveo.
Oh, for sure. And probably turned a lot of investors off and left everybody a little bit more cautious. All right, so it's Claveo, right? Every time whatever it is, Claveo, whatever, banana. And that we kind of know that the market can digest this mega IPO. Instacart's much smaller. Claveo, I'm not sure exactly what the size is that they're looking for. Maybe Birkenstocks is out there. But do you think this entices the likes of to say maybe this is the window?
I mean, it should. I mean, you've got a lot of companies. Databricks today, which is this privately held, raised $500 million today. And speaking to their CEO last night, over and over saying, well, why haven't you gone public? And he said, well, nobody's gone public. He didn't say we're scared of the market, but he wants to watch others. Well, here we go. ARM today, a couple next week, Birkenstock. Birkenstock, kind of like Kava, isn't the same as an AI company or a chip company, but nonetheless, it reflects that investors are willing to buy new issues. And there's an importance. When an IPO window is open, you can end up with a drought, and it can go on years, as we just saw.
Investors, the private equity investors, the private $39 billion years ago, and it's now worth $9 billion. I mean, there's a lot of or amongst these private equity firms, I have to imagine for others whose bubbles have burst a little bit.
The VCs got in much lower than a $39 billion valuation, so I think the VCs here are still way above water, and they want to get liquidity. It's taken so long. These things well beyond what you would have done maybe 20, 25 years ago. So liquidity is good, even if it isn't a huge win. It's good to get out.
You're right, but that said, I guess the question I'm asking is, are these kind of muted IPOs for the public markets, Duncan, actually better for the retail investor than, a hype cycle or a valuation where, the retail investor easily in 2021 could have been the IPO customer for Instacart if they had chosen that moment to go public. So it's almost like we've kind of turned the tide here where those taking losses in a muted IPO seem to be some of the later stage private investors and not so much the public.
Well, there's no question that delaying IPOs and having them sell at bubble valuations is not good for the retail investor. They used to get in much earlier and make a killing on these stocks, and now they're getting in way too late. So this downturn in the valuations is great for the retail investor. And I think some of these stocks will show some of the pop we've all wished to see in tech stocks. My only caution is this. No matter what Masa says,
I'd watch out for this. I'd watch out for this big rally, guys.
Most of the companies coming out that we see
I truly
in the list
would.
are soon to go IPO are not AI stories.
I really would. I just feel like you had more sellers step to the side than actual buyers buying
AI stocks
more than selling.
Brewing.
And you know what's funny? Do you remember we brought up the flexible grid?
The retail investor will hop on those like they're hopping on. Or
Do you remember, Barry?
Let me play a portion of the
Do
interview
you
where he
remember? Look at that huge gap up. Look at the
he's
tick.
all in on AI and sees a big opportunity for ARM. Take a quick listen.
Come on.
I believed in the future of AI, and it's really now getting proved.
Did not have
And
sex
this is the
relations with that
beginning
woman.
of big AI time. And
Look at that huge gap up. I don't think I've ever seen a gap up
And
of
Dan,
that
the
type
CEO's
of that
case,
nature
who was also
here.
on our air this
I
morning,
mean,
was,
maybe because
our chips are used
maybe
in
because I haven't looked
sort
at
of
it in
voice
quite some
assistants
time.
and all sorts of different
Right,
consumer
but
products that ultimately have some. So to Duncan's
I
point,
don't
they're
have faith
stretching
in
a
it.
little.
I don't have faith
on
in
the
this
narrative
balance.
here.
I really don't, guys.
That's his message. I spoke to the CEO this morning
And
also, and the
I'm
line
gonna-
he said twice to me, which is clearly the catchphrase they used on the roadshow was, quote, AI runs on ARM. So they're absolutely playing this, but they have to, right? Smartphone sales are down. There's huge huge questions about China in terms of export control, et cetera. And a lot of arms revenue comes out of China. So, the AI story, that's the one part of the kind of private growth stage market. And granted, ARM is a different company. It's not a startup, but that's where you are seeing valuations go up. So of course they're going to play on ARM. I will say, as somebody who covers deals for a living, I don't remember the last time I got a press release about a funding of any sort of company that didn't mention AI somewhere, and it does not matter. To be honest, I haven't looked through. I bet if you looked through the Birkenstock IPO filing, you could find it in there somewhere.
Yeah, walking all those miles in the data center or something in their Birks. Gentlemen, thank you both for your instant reactions and analysis. Duncan, quick last word.
I will say this. NVIDIA is an AI story because big AI needs to buy gobs of NVIDIA chips and systems. ARM is not an AI story. Even like Apple talks about putting in a little smartwatch, you can now run Siri in the watch. There's an ARM core inside of there. That's not going to drive demand for ARM. That's just a feature in a device. ARM is a smartphone or device story. So let's not get confused. Just saying AI will run through it doesn't mean AI is going to drive huge growth in ARM. It won't.
Fair
point.
He's
understating this.
Absolutely. Duncan Davidson, Dan Primack, thank you both for joining us on this marquee day. Now, if you as an investor were hoping to get exposure through the ARM IPO, maybe not on the open, but through an ETF, you could be up for some disappointment. Let's bring in Bob Pisani with that angle of this story. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Kelly. IPO and tech enthusiasts are excited about the ARM Holdings PLC initial public offering, and there's very good reason. It's the first big tech IPO in more than 2 years. But many of the most natural long-term buyers, these are ETFs, are not going to be buyers, at least immediately. Most ETFs track indexes that have very strict requirements for inclusion. In the case of ARM, there's two broad issues. First, the largest index provider, S&P Global, which runs the S&P 500, requires that a company be domiciled in the U.S.
Listen to this.
Which ARM is not. Second, many indexes require that a company float at least 10% of the stock outstanding, but ARM appears to be floating less than that, roughly 9.3%. Which would leave it ineligible for inclusion in other big ETFs like the VanEck semiconductor ETF. This is the largest semiconductor ETF that has a 10% float requirement as well. One way around this problem is for the green shoe to be exercised. This is a 15% over allotment that is often allowed. That would get it almost exactly at 10%. We're waiting on word of whether that's going to happen. We don't know yet. One big potential ETF buyer is the NASDAQ 100 ETF. This is the triple Qs, $200 billion in assets, one of the biggest ETFs in the world. It's the largest non-financial companies in the NASDAQ. It has no market cap or free float limit. That's good news, and it's reconstituted in December. So watch that one for inclusion.
Bet y'all didn't know that it had banks in it.
ETFs.
Bet y'all didn't know it had banks. Maybe you did. I know some people out there probably didn't know it had
banks. It's got a relatively small market cap of $200 million.
That's the Qs.
So this is a big test, guys, for IPOs and tech investors. It needs to be successful. The average IPO this year was up 19% on its first day of trading, just like ARM. After the first day, the average IPO down 7%. Kelly, that's why
there was the pullback on JP Morgan. Oh my God!
Retail investors. We need
I forgot about it.
To succeed, and that means they need to be up.
Oh man! Oh shit! What's up, Bingo?
All right,
I'm
Bob,
sorry,
thanks.
buddy, to yell on the mic.
We appreciate it. Joining us from the New York Stock Exchange. Still ahead here on the exchange, the consumer still has plenty
Oh my
of dry
gosh!
powder
It's
left
been
to
one
keep
of those
spending.
days,
That's the
bro.
case my
Chris
next
had the
guest will
same
be
thing
making.
happen to
And there's
him.
one
Hold on, let me turn
particularly
this down.
interesting trend he's seeing when it
Bro,
comes to student
Chris
loans.
ended
Plus,
up,
Raymond James
as you can
calling
see in
this
the comments,
restaurant
man,
stock
he ended up
underappreciated
accidentally
with best-in-class margins.
buying
I
instead
had
of
not
selling.
heard of this one before.
So he bought back
Maybe
into
you
the
can guess
position
it.
and
Tweet me
actually
at
had a
Kelly
pretty bad day
CNBC.
today, and I'm
The
feeling
analyst
for the
behind the
guy
call joins
because
us to
I
make his
did
case
it,
next.
right? I did
As
it
we go
not
to
too
break,
long
here's a
ago. It
look
was
across
like
a
what,
pretty
maybe
strong rally day in
2,
the
3,
markets. We
4
haven't
weeks
seen the
ago.
Dow up 343
And I'm
in
like,
some time.
do
That's
I,
good for a
you know,
1%
coming out here
increase.
publicly,
S&P and NASDAQ trying for their fourth positive
it's
session
like,
in
do
5 with
I
almost
seem like an
similar,
idiot?
exactly
So at
similar
least I know I'm
percentage
not
increases,
alone,
0.8%
but
or
it's
so,
not
and the
about me.
Russells are
It's
leading
about
the way up
Chris
1
and
1/4.
you
10-year yield
not
back
having
below
good days,
430.
and I'm
The
very
exchange
sorry
is
for
back
that.
after this.
That sucks, man. I don't know what's going on. That's so weird for it to happen twice. You know what I mean?
This is the exchange.
So man, let's just try and let's try and let's see what we can do, right? Look at this JP Morgan, bro. Remember we were saying let's wait for the pullback into like the 100-day moving average area. I wanted to buy the dip, and what did I do? I didn't write it down or look at it because I completely forgot about it. And look at the day it's having. Look at the day JP Morgan's having right now. I freaking am so upset. That's our winner. That's a huge winner for us today. But what did we do? We forgot. And look at my box, guys. Look at that, right? Look, it's like damn near to the T where it's resistance. So that was a good job on that. But I guess not taking it as being the same as being wrong. I was really adamant on waiting for a pullback and then getting long. Because what that also is going to do is once I were to like wait, and not buy here, well, which I could have and would have been safe, but this pullback, think about, a whole day's worth of IV and theta, right? That theta is no longer in that option. It's not that it's no longer there. It's just, you're getting the options dirt cheap. Even on the gap fill. Or, even on the gap up, This thing was safe to be bought, man. That's a bummer. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That is very... Listen, man, accidents happen, right? Accidents happen. Don't beat yourself up. We're going to have the Fed meeting next week. I'm going to do my best. Listen, I promise both of you, Chris and Bingo. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to look at you in the eye. I'm going to search and see if I can't find something for us. It may not be this week, right? But next week. If you got to take a break, take a break. I would take a break. If you just want to watch and just see where things are, step aside and, kind of wait to see where, if you see something. But I'm going to do my research tonight. While the football game's on or whatever, and try and find us something that we can, kind of rely on to help you guys get back on track. It's not like you guys are just throwing money at the wall.
Data today,
these are accidental things that,
of consumer spending
it happens.
Lately.
It happened to me.
And
you know what?
Last month. That was higher
the
than
past
estimates,
2 weeks,
and
like not this week, but the week prior. And before, guys, I was feeling the same way. I was getting tired of the streams, thumbnails, the market, trying to do my own research, trying to do sports and everything, and I was just like over it. We had that holiday break. I was like, man, I'm ready to come back. Sometimes you need to step away.
How much of the spending we've seen in recent months, broadly speaking, is just price increases?
Well, some of it's that in that retail has been boosted by gasoline prices, but in our data, when you look across the piece, you see very strong service sector.
Okay,
well.
I got you.
And when you look, really broadly at the sort of balance sheet of the consumer, it's in pretty good shape. So I'd say some, but certainly not all.
We've spoke with your colleague Liz. Who
yeah,
says,
I hear
and
you.
There's
Breaks
a
your
huge
challenge
debate
rule.
about this. Is
so
the
listen,
consumers kind of like excess
then
savings
just
or dry
step
powder?
aside,
Is it running out, and
right?
we're about to face this
When you
trifecta
get,
of
we
student
have
loan
the Fed
repayments and higher
next week,
gasoline
right?
prices
Look
and
at
all,
SPY
higher borrowing rates.
dailies,
Or
even
are we
because
still in a better
you could have
position than
taken
we
like.
might have
Let
been
me
a few
just give you
years
an
ago, supported
example.
by
Let's
real
look
wage
at the
gains? So what
SPY,
do you
right?
guys see happening there?
But what we're
And
seeing
we were
is on the
talking about
deposit
the
side,
long
down
around
to about
here. I
30,
just never did it. I
across all
didn't.
income
You know,
cohorts.
it kind of just went, and I don't have faith in this.
On
But let's say if we got
credit
short
cards,
right here,
people aren't
and we
tapping
got the
their cards relative to
449s.
their
Let's see
limits
where they're at,
as
and
much
then
as
we'll
they
look
were in
see where they are at the end of the day.
2019. The
Not saying to do
utilisation
that.
rates
I'm
are
not
still
telling you to
lower.
do
So,
that. But like this morning, the SPY, we'll just say at VWAP, 448.50 at 10:30. We'll look at the 450 calls.
6 months or
How
so.
does
450
that
call.
jive, Steve, with kind of your view on
Let me
things
go
and
to
what you
quote
think is
details.
going on with the consumer?
So look, it doesn't really lend itself
And then we'll look at
to a
where it
complete
was at
bust or
10:30
boom
till
view.
now.
It looks like a deceleration. 3 years ago,
So
we
this thing
had
was 20
absolute
cents.
depression in
Just
services
under 20 cents.
employment.
Come on.
And services employment rarely falls very much, even in recessions.
Right, very steady.
And
So
to get all of
10.20.
that back is actually
10.20, it
helping
was
a lot.
literally
It's
20
actually
cents.
working through some of the problems we have in the goods sector.
15
We have,
cents, and then it went right to
manufacturing
20.
recessions,
So,
trade recessions.
20
and we're
cents,
getting
and
inventories
where did
down
it go
because of this
to?
persistent strength in
It went up to
services hiring.
95
Now,
cents.
the whole thing is
Right.
going half as
So,
fast as it did
wait
a
for
year
Fed
ago, and
Day,
it doesn't
wait,
just
we
stop
get something
there.
going
It'll
on,
probably
and if I
continue
see
to
something
decelerate with
that I
some of
feel
these
like we can
headwinds.
sink our teeth into,
But it's getting us to a
you know,
place where
I'll
we just
post
are
it in
not
chat,
gonna
you
have
know, and I'll say it
that
on the mic, but I'll
collapse that
type it in
happens when
chat.
you have
You got to
a
step away, you
full-blown,
step away.
drop in
I
employment
got
of
tired a
serious
couple weeks
magnitude.
ago. I can't complain.
things. So when you
I
look
can't
at
sit here and
jobless
say,
claims, okay, last week
you
we
know,
thought, well,
don't
maybe
step
distorted
away
by,
or,
you know, Labor Day holiday, they were very low.
You know what I
This
mean?
week,
First of all, I
again,
can't tell you what
very
to do.
low.
I'm not
Doesn't
here.
seem
I
like
don't
a
want to
seasonal
tell you
issue.
guys
It
what to
seems
do,
like
but
a
yeah, dude.
cyclical tell.
Sometimes
And do
you
think
have
that
to.
this kind of
Right? Sometimes
this
you have
ongoing
to.
rebound in services is
That
still why.
sucks,
How
man. I'm
much
sorry
longer
you guys
does
got
that have to go?
Man,
The
both.
claims
That's
data,
two.
again, are really high quality
That's two of our
data.
main
There's
members
no
that just got
samples,
hurt.
everything. You know, we love this
You know,
data,
it's not
but
like
it's
you guys
not
had a
showing
wrong
the entire
decision either.
picture. When you
I'm
take a
sorry,
look at job openings have fallen by 2.6 million.
Right.
If you know, if I,
and again,
if I
the net
swear to
pace
God,
of
if I had it,
hiring
bro,
is
I would just give you
decelerating.
guys the fucking
So
money.
the net
I would just say,
firing
yo,
or people
what's
being
your
able to
Venmo
quickly
or
find
what's your
another
PayPal
job,
or what,
it's still
whatever it is.
painting
If you
a
don't have
picture of
one,
stability overall.
here.
Do you,
You
so
know.
David, if we kind of
So-
go, okay, well then maybe I can understand why a camp like Goldman's goes, okay, recession odds are down
you
to
know,
just
JP
15%
Morgan was
in the
one.
next
I
12
just
months.
forgot about
I'm
it.
amazed to hear you say that credit
Right?
card
This could have been a
utilization
nice
rates aren't
trade
at the levels
today.
they were in 2019.
But
at the same
again,
time as
I
we've seen
forgot about
delinquency
it,
levels reapproaching where
it
we
is
were
what
back
it
then,
is.
and rates
But-
kind of on a nominal
Man, I
basis
really
are
fucking feel
so
for you
much
guys,
higher.
man. It sucks. I just hate to
Yeah,
see
I mean,
that.
behind this, all of this is really the
I
labour
don't know.
market
Have you
strength.
thought
When you look
about
at the
ever
lower
trying?
income
Have you thought
part of
about
the distribution,
selling
wage growth has
spreads?
been
I know
the
you're saying, you know,
strongest
you don't,
above
you
that
know,
of
you have,
middle and
you
higher
know, you wanted to
income.
keep
So I
to your
think,
rule
you know,
and
that's
stuff,
driving,
but
in a sense, the ability to borrow.
for a lot of people,
and-
depending
and-
on
and
their
the spending
account and
picture.
stuff, I
So,
would,
you know, there are corners
kind of steer people to like selling
households
spreads and
in the
whatnot. But then
market where
again, you
people
got to
feel
worry
some
about
stress,
having a margin account, and if you
vis-a-vis,
don't
you
have
know,
enough over
borrowing,
PDT,
etc.
it's
But
like, you know, you
minor,
got
I
3,
think,
4
really,
trades,
ultimately.
and that's it.
For now. So, Steve,
know what
the
I
final
mean?
question
So
then is
it's
it comes
like-
down to the Fed, which is not
unless
expected
you were
to
to
hike
split
this
it
month.
up
I don't
into
know what
different
your
brokerages
expectation
and
is
all
if there's,
that,
you know,
but
maybe
yeah.
another hike in November
You know
when they
what?
start
Yeah,
cutting.
you got to
What-
step away,
how does
step
this
away,
shake out
man.
for
And
them?
if
So
you know, if there's
they've
anything that
done
I can
a
do for you
lot,
guys,
and they're doing
you know,
more
just
with
let me know.
quantitative
And
tightening.
I try
Just
to do
take a
what I
look.
can do,
Again,
but
not only is the
that
Fed
sucks,
reducing its
man.
treasury holdings,
Not
the foreign
one,
central
but two.
banks
That's
appear
so
to be doing
weird
the same
that it happened
thing.
twice.
And if you apply some lags here and the fact that employment growth is decelerating,
I know
you
how
could say, well,
frustrating it is.
187,000
I'm
jobs,
telling
it's
you,
still
I
too many.
know.
Well, where is it
I'm
headed?
telling you, I know.
And I
To
think if
sit
you
there
look
and
at
take
next
that
year,
time
you're going
to
say
build
the
it up,
Federal
and then an
Reserve is
accidental
probably going
mistake
to back
happens.
back off of sort
It
of a
wipes you out.
really ultra tight.
That's why I
monetary
try to
policy.
say to, like,
it's not going to give us zero rates
put
again. But
a
the whole
trailed
point is
stop,
they don't
do
want to.
something
We
in
shouldn't
case something
actually
happens.
need a collapse this
You know,
few years after a deep recession.
All right,
That
gentlemen,
sucks,
thanks.
man.
We'll leave it there for now. Steve Whiting and David Tinsley with stocks in a better mood these days, that's for sure. Meanwhile, some marquee fast casual stocks have
gonna
been
tell you
under
right now, I
pressure
do think
ever
you guys
since
can bounce
gasoline
back
prices
from it.
really started to jump.
Even with a little
Shake
bit of
Shack
time. It's
down
like-
almost
it's not-
24%
it's not
since
like we're
August.
dying tomorrow.
Chipotle down almost 10% from its summer highs.
I'm gonna go
but
use
they
the
are two
restroom
of my
real quick.
next
I
guest
appreciate
top
you
picks,
stopping
along
by
with
and going.
this one, which
You
you
need
may not have
anything,
heard
just
of.
message me. You
First
got my
Watch
Twitter
Restaurant
account and
Group.
everything.
That was our mystery chart, up 40% this year. It's fast casual, it focuses on brunch, and it's underappreciated with best-in-class margins, according to my next guest. Let's bring in Brian Vaccaro, who covers restaurants
yes, I
for
know.
Raymond James. Brian, welcome. I mean,
No, anytime,
First
bro.
Watch, is there-
Anytime.
Nice to see you. It's
And
nice
like
to
you
see
said,
Is there a
bro, but
brand
how
name
much
for First
time
Watch that I
you
would be more
the
familiar
time
with?
you put into it, right? I
So
know.
First Watch
I know the
is
feeling.
actually a little under
Like
the radar,
seriously,
but
I do.
it's
It's
the
like what the
scaled
you know,
leader in a
especially
category that's seen
achieving
tremendous growth
that. Most
really over
people
the
can't
last
do that.
decade.
Most
This
people
brunch
cannot take an
daytime
account and
cafe
actually grow it,
category,
especially trading options.
and they've been gaining a lot of
right?
share, we think, within
Some people don't
breakfast, and
understand
some
it.
of
Maybe you
share
should
gains
just start
have
out buying
actually
the
come
stock
from
itself
other
and taking your
sectors, other
$5,
day
$6 $2 and letting it just
like
build
dinner on
itself
the
up.
weekend if you go out and
Right?
have a nice
It doesn't
meal,
sound like any. I'm just saying,
and
if
spend
somebody,
$60,
you know,
$70,
like
I
JP
do think
Morgan,
that
if you
is
don't
stealing
have,
some share.
you
I've
know,
done that
$10,000
myself every now
to
and
buy
then.
the
So
stock
First
outright,
Watch is an
you know, a
interesting
$2-3
growth story,
move,
10%
you know, in
unit
order to
growth,
make $100,
19
do
to
the math.
20% store
Right?
level EBITDA
So,
margins. And it's
you
one
know,
that
it's
for growth investors.
again, it's also a percentage.
That's fascinating.
Thing
Apparently,
too
there's
that,
one
you know, you
not too
kinda
far
wanna
away
look
from here
at,
in New
but
Jersey. I might have to check it out.
not
First Watch.
necessarily
All
just
right, let's go back
the
to some of
dollar
the
amount, but
brands
you
much
wanna look
more
at the
familiar to people:
percentage
Shake Shack and
is what-
Chipotle.
is what you
Why do you think those stocks
people-
have struggled lately? Is it
I think some people
gasoline,
don't look
student
at
loans,
and,
all the
and,
things
and they
that you know, we've
should,
been
instead
literally
of
just
like,
talking
oh,
about?
it went up $3. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
there's
$3
always
from a
a
$40
wall of
stock
worry these days
compared to an
think about.
$800
And,
stock. There's
you
two
know,
different
sentiment
percentages there.
towards the group, towards
But
restaurants more broadly, has really
always here,
deteriorated
buddy.
and softened
You
up.
know, I'm
as,
always here.
as
So
certain sectors, not all, but certain
just,
sectors
you
have
know,
slowed over the
I don't know.
last
I don't
few
know how we
weeks
can
and
learn
into the
from
early
that,
part
other
of
than setting a
September.
trailed stop
We
or
are
just,
seeing
you know,
some pockets of
accidents happen.
softness in the
That
casual dining
sucks, man.
sector, where
Fuck.
comps year on year are flatlining.
That's
if
a
not
big
turning
deal.
slightly
$200
negative.
to
The
2,600.
limited service
That's
sector
that's
is
2,000%.
still in that
Right?
positive
Over
mid-single digit
1,000%.
plus range. And just as your two guests, I think, were
The
discussing
S&P's only
earlier,
up,
a
I don't
few
know,
moments ago,
18.
there are
I
pockets
don't
of
even know where
strength
it's
and
at.
pockets of weakness, and it is difficult to get a read on the underlying health of the consumer. You mentioned Chipotle.
Nah, don't do it
Chipotle
today,
is
bro.
one
It's
we've
not
liked for a
worth it
long
today.
time, tremendous
It's
long-term
not. I'm
growth
not doing anything.
history
I
to it.
I think I
But
had
Chipotle today,
a
we believe, is
16,
still generating
12% trade
positive,
today.
solidly
I
positive
missed the
traffic
long.
growth,
I
which is
just.
rare these days.
I
Within
had
the
a brief
restaurant
moment this
sector,
morning, like I
and has
said
obviously
earlier. I had a brief,
unmatched
like,
long-term track record as it
it
relates
was
to
it was
new
brief.
unit
I'm like,
economics,
we're going to
and
bounce
still,
from here.
believe it or not, only about halfway
Because it was like holding. I
through
forget
its,
what
North
time
America
frame I was
growth curve.
looking at.
All right, so you're saying
But it
don't
was
bail
like
on these
it
ones
was
just yet.
literally
Again, they're still
telling me
doing
that
nicely
we were
year
going
to
to
date.
bounce
You
today.
also like Brinker,
That the
and
dip
you
is
also
going to
like
be
Lumen
bought,
has
and we
activists in there. Now, are those the only names in the more
And
casual
I
space
can't
you
remember
really
what
want
it
to be
was that I
looking?
was looking at. And
As the macro is a bit murkier, and we're
but again,
seeing
I
slowing
said to
comps on a
myself,
year-over-year basis,
we need a
I do want to make it clear that I
we're going to
think
need a reason to
things
get
are
above
still
this level. Unless
relatively
there's something
stable
going
through
on
the
that I
lens of
don't know,
multi-year, same-store
we're
sales
going to
if
need
we look back
we're going to
to
need
2019. So there's
something
some
to send us
variability there just on year-ago
into 450
comparisons.
and
But
into that
one
gap
point
fill.
I do want to make is
And
that,
look at the
you know,
volume.
there's
It's
value
like,
ideas
that
that are
volume isn't too
interesting,
bad,
and
but
also some growth
I could
ideas.
look at it
We're
on a
really
couple different
gravitating
time
towards
frames and
names with
say,
company-specific
it's
drivers
more so the
that can
sellers
cut
just
through
stepped
the
away
macro, in
and the
our view.
buyers are
The
there
two names
buying
you
and there's
mentioned
no
on the
sellers,
value
so the
side
bids
are
are just
Bloomin'
jumping,
Brands
and
and
that's why it's
Brinker. Bloomin'
doing
Brands
what
has
it's
an
doing right
activist.
now.
It's also a very cheap stock at about 9 times earnings.
But it was
But
like
there's
right here, like
not
where it
only,
was
opportunities
resistance,
to
like
unlock
how it
shareholder
dropped
value,
below here,
through
resistance
business
came
or some
up,
of its ancillary
resistance,
brands.
broke
But you
back
also
up,
have,
held it, broke it, came
potential,
back up,
improvements
and this
on the
was like the hold, like it
ops,
was
and
holding
menu
it.
front as well there.
And I'm like,
On Brinker, they
I don't know.
are,
Like I
they
said,
have a
this
new
morning,
CEO, who's been there
pre-market,
for
I
about
had a
year,
glimpse of
and
like
they are
a
pulling
bounce,
some meaningful
and
leverage
it
right
was
now
a
that we think
it was
will
a
be able
quick
to
one, and I'm
drive
like,
outperformance
not
at
with the data we
Chili's
got. Can we really
brand
bounce?
over
But
the
yeah,
next
sure as shit,
few,
it did.
say next 12
And it
months
had to do
or
with this
so.
candle holding
That
above
includes
this
a
level.
return to
See
more
how we
normal
didn't close below that?
spend levels, which
Boom.
we've seen
Right?
in
That
recent,
that to me was the
recent
bounce.
quarters.
Because what do you
Big
have
back
here?
ribs,
Resistance, right? Look at this
you make
candle
a great point about cutting
resistance.
through the macro
Right?
with some of these plays.
Pulls
if
in,
people are
right?
concerned
Goes
or whatever they
and
want
it
to
looked
say
like
about
it was
that
bouncing
environment.
off of this
Thank you so much. We really
previous
appreciate you joining us
resistance.
today.
Support, resistance, support.
And thanks to Rip Show Stocks,
support,
or
and then
really
it
a hat
tested
tip
again,
for
boom,
guessing
puts its foot in the
First Watch
ground,
as
and
that
then
mystery chart today.
goes higher,
Coming up,
but
arrogance and greed. That's how
that's
NYU's
not doing us any
Aswath
good right
Damodaran
now.
characterizes SoftBank's approach to pricing companies. He joins us in a bit to discuss. And rent inflation showing no signs of slowing down last month in the Big Apple, but there might be signs of relief on the horizon. And as we head to break, take a look at the Dow heat map with the index up 336 points. Visa is the only stock in the red right now. Goldman Sachs, Caterpillar, Dow Inc. leading the way.
It's gonna be worse if we're double inside day on the weekly, unless we break par days high. Yes, I agree with you 100%, and I love that you're able to see that. I feel the same way. You're right. I feel the same way. And why would it be a chop day? Well, we have a Fed meeting in 4 or 5 days that we're going to find out if we get this interest rate or not. And I think that's why the market's bouncing, because I think that's it for interest rates. Right? And usually I had a chart. I'll have to go find it. Maybe I'll show it later in the video. You know, maybe we get a small gap up and then, like, I don't know. Like you say, we just chop. You probably just sit up here. But you know, what is it? Like on average, after the return on the S&P is about 12%, 12 to 18, in between that 12 to 18%, you know, when the Fed is done raising rates. So we still got to test this level. I'm telling you right now, we're going to come back to 447. We have not tested it. You came close, but again, this wick and that wick is not going to hold all that price action up, right? That little ass wick during market hours and that little wick is not going to be enough to hold a bunch of price action. But I'm with you. Just take a break, come back next week, whatever, or just stay in and, you know, maybe just, you know, wait for news and stuff. That's an awful feeling, man. Like, seriously, because I know how hard it is to be able to like be consistent enough, and the amount of time it takes to take an X amount of dollars to 2,000%, 3,000%, right? That's a huge gain. So we'll have to figure something out.
Welcome back. The Dow was up 363 points. The highs were just a hair below that.
Setups and say, you know what, we're not going to maybe take a little bit, like a small amount, use it for some options, or get like take and play like Ford, because they're getting ready to have, like right now at midnight, they're planning this to walk out of the job and be done. And you know, either buying this stock outright and then playing smaller price stocks like Ford and GM and maybe some oil names and stuff like on the side, while mixing it up with like longs like of stocks themselves.
Is PayPal.
You know, we'll figure it out.
35% off their 52-week highs. That and the other names he's buying. Next.
Yes. Is it loud? I'm sorry. Is it the background noise? Or is it, yeah, I can turn that off actually. Because I was just having CNBC up when the, when I was away. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be back in 1 second. But we'll see how we close out the day. We just got to come up with a game plan, man. Just got to come up with a game plan and get back on the saddle. But like you say, you know, you fall off the horse, your ankle's kind of busted up. You can't do much, right? You want to just give it a minute. You know, take a little time off. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I needed it. Everybody needs it from time to time. I think that's it, guys. I think this is it. I think we're coming into the the down. Maybe we get our pullback now. I think now's the time we get our pullback. That's a really nice double top. And where's the weekly chart? I like that, Bingo. I like that you look and use that weekly chart. You know, a lot of people don't. I wonder if this thing could close flat. Right back at 148. It would not surprise me. Have like an indecision week with data that's mixed data. The Fed next week, but I think we're going higher because the Fed may cut rates. At least the market is. I thought I just seen a red dot somewhere. And like I say, at least the stats in the past have suggested that when from the last rate hike, the S&Ps have put in like a 12 to like 18% on average return when the last rate hike was done. So I'll have to go back, look at the rate hike, where was the SPY, where was our last rate hike, if that was the case, and then have our targets. All right. Again, anything random can happen. You know, things can just start out of nowhere. All it would take would be, just some kind of war or trouble or something. So I'm going to look for that chart, see if I can find it. The average return of the S&P on the last rate hike, the 6 months to a year after the last rate hike, the average return. And it has all the different years from the last rate hikes, and it gave you the 1 year return, 2 year return, 5 year return. And I want you guys to remember, institutions look at 5 year return expectations. Obviously, future inflation expectation. I feel like I'm saying it wrong, but when the S&P has traded at a multiple of 20 times or higher, the 5 year return on average has been negative. So if you were to buy the S&P 500, every time it was at 20 times or higher, 20 times earnings, you were negative, in that 5 year period. Doesn't mean it can't go higher and then pull itself back. But, so, I think that's since 1980. Since 1980, 5 year return buying the S&P at 20 times has been no bueno. Oh, dude, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I thought the same thing. I thought we were going down too, and I thought it was going to be like a slow grind down, right? I thought we were just going to just slow grind down, and you just get these random pops to just destroy or take some out of, to take out of the premium. And I actually thought about going short again up here, and I didn't because I wanted to kind of wait, right? I'm in full agreement with you, especially with the data that we got. I mean, the initial jobless claims was still lower than expectations, but just above last week's data. You know what I'm saying? And the only way you're going to get a hold of CPI is this labor market. That's it. It's the only way you're going to be able to get control of this, to try and slow demand. So I think the important numbers now are going to be the jobs data, and apparently, I don't know, maybe the market's just waiting for the Fed because maybe they think the Fed is done. Right? I got to do some research and see, what went up, what went down, really dig into the core numbers, and figure out, why this market's still going up. Again, I think you just got more stepping aside from the sellers. Maybe they seen exactly what I saw, that we all seen, that the way we closed yesterday to be able to get that bounce, but the thing is like the only thing that I'm like, what's taking us up? Well, banks aren't doing too bad right now. So I think banks are actually the strongest of the bunch today. I think I went to like Home Depot. Let's see here. So yeah, look at the banks, right? The banks everything's actually pretty green. But this is like misleading in a sense. So look at industrial BHP. Wow, look at BHP. It's up 5. Rio Tinto. Wow, and Rio was actually oversold. Rio was on the lows. Oh, and I missed it. Oh my gosh. This was a while ago when I was looking at Rio Tinto. And it's not a liquid name, so you might want to more so buy the stock when things like this happen. But look at this daily chart, and when this stock, even the weekly chart, look how low. It was this here. All right, it was down here. 815. So, it's, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some work. I know that. I think that this could be right here your higher low. That's a double bottom, higher low. Like look, low, 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 low. You get a nice rally. You pull it back. Now you're making a higher low. Maybe we can get this thing back up to 76, 78, 77. Look at that gap up. Wow. And this thing gaps, and so this thing's a little tricky to play. If you guys aren't that experienced with playing names like this, I wouldn't, go too crazy with it, but like I say, you're not alone. I thought the same exact thing this morning. Keep an eye on tonight when futures come out and how we wake up in the morning. Like tomorrow, we'll take a look at this. Maybe even tonight. Watch futures when this industrial production and retail sales come out. We still have a little more data tomorrow. Industrial production. So, see if that rises or lowers or what, you know. Michigan consumer sentiment. So, we'll see what we got. Why is this here? No, come on. Damn it. Yeah, so TLT is trying to bounce. The dollar is going to, I know I gave us a level. I thought it was like up here. Yes, this was the level that I thought we could get to. And we never did pull back, so this box can get thrown away. It literally went to the top of the box, held it at support, pulled back, went right up, and literally again held the top of my box and rallied. This 106.45 is the area that I like for the dollar. We'll see if I can do this. Let me see. Okay, hold on one second. You okay? You okay? You want to go look outside? Hi, baby. Hello. The little girl joined us. Sorry, guys. I didn't know the mic was on. Hello. Alright. Hi, sweetness. Hi, my baby. You feeling better? Daddy gave you some medicine. You feeling better? I feel like she's doing better, guys. I really do. She was so irritable. I'm still going to take you to the vet so you don't fight me on it. You going to try and fight me on it? You going to try and fight Daddy, take you to the vet? Mm-hmm. Oh, Daddy didn't mean to do that. Daddy didn't mean to do that. She's doing so much better. Hi, you want to come say hi? Do you want to come say hi? Come on, you come say hi. Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I didn't mean to shout in the mic. So, but yeah, I'm still gonna take her this afternoon, get her nails clipped, get her a checkup, you know, make sure everything's good. I know you. And I couldn't believe I didn't think about giving it to her sooner. I don't know why. That's what makes women great. You know what I mean? I'm like, why did I not think about that? I did try to go find her the other medicine, and then we had the other kind that was here, and I'm like, yes, you know. So, I wanted to let you guys know too that there's some relative weakness with Nvidia. Look, it's red on the day, guys, and everything else is green. Everything else is green, and it is still red. No, I'll have to check it out. I haven't been on Twitter just yet. I'll have to check it out. I'll check it out when I'm not streaming, unless you want me to look at it. Unless you want me to look at it now. I'll check it out in just in a couple minutes. Yeah, thanks for letting me know though, because I haven't been on. I mean, I was on earlier this morning, but it didn't say. Okay. Yeah, I just, with other people seeing it, I always can, but I'll watch it here after the stream. But when I was on this morning, I don't know, like, because I feel like Twitter's been acting a little weird with like notifications and stuff like that, and messages. I'll check it out. I definitely will. I think I might try and go get a haircut and shave this afternoon and stuff if I can get the time. I was wanting to go through a couple football games and start trying to handicap a few of them and stuff. It's still early in the season. That's something I do for fun. But it's, not fun as in, I just like to, whatever. I'm really passionate about it because I've consistently been able to have a nice solid return every single year. All right, managing risk and actually doing the work, literally writing, you don't have to write it, you could type it, but, coming up with the averages, adding just however the way you do it to cap, it's something I enjoy too, is handicapping football. And we get you get a couple weeks in and get some numbers in and watching, and, I don't know. I've noticed that since sports betting's been starting to get legal in a bunch of other states, I've noticed that line movement doesn't mean much anymore. It doesn't mean as much as it did back in 2019, 2020 when really people weren't doing it. There's always people been doing it, but because it's been legal in my state for quite some time now, and line movement used to mean something, and it still does. In a sense, when a line actually means something. Like, let's say you got, the line stays at 6 all week, and then, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours before the game comes on, the line just 5, 4.5, 4, and it's just dropping. You're like, shit. That's when line movement means something. But because there was one time, because I had to drive to the casino, and this was back in 2019. I think it was SMU. I think it was SMU Mustangs and SMU and Louisiana Tech. SMU and Louisiana Tech, I'm pretty sure. It was either them or Houston and Texas. I'm pretty sure it might have been SMU and Houston, but so I went in and got the ticket, right? And then I get home because I had to drive to the casino and stuff. And then when I get home, it's 2 hours before the game's playing, and the line just starts dropping. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't even have enough time to go back and hedge my bet. That way I could just break even. I'd just buy the same side. I'm not big for parlays and stuff. Maybe I'll spend $20-$30 if I have it. If I've, got some wins under my belt. Right now we're 5-1. We've cashed 5 tickets. The Colts. I was on the Colts in San Francisco this weekend for the NFL. I liked the Ravens. I liked Cleveland. And the Colts came up first on the ticket, and I didn't want to, I was just, I was trying to hurry because it was 12:56, and there was 3-4 minutes left until, kickoff before you had to get it in because they don't have live betting there. And Colts came up first, and I'm like, and I didn't want to have 3 tickets and potentially lose all 3, right? So I want to manage first. Like the thing is I don't have to bet. I'll go there all the time and cash my tickets out and not put anything in. If I don't see something that I feel comfortable, that I have, a good percentage of cashing that ticket, I'm not playing it. But of course, Cleveland, the Ravens I liked the Ravens, Cleveland, Colts, San Francisco, but I didn't even really like the Colts either. That's the truth. To be truthful, everyone was throwing out a stat about winning 6 games or less the prior year, coming in as a underdog of more than 3 points has covered I don't know. The stat was it was a small stat, maybe 8 for 2 or something, 8 for 3. And I'm like, that's not enough data, and it's the Colts. It's I didn't really care for it. And then obviously, it was just crazy how that game played out. I don't know if you guys watch football or anything, but I like college football. I honestly think, last year, I did not watch hardly any NFL. I think this NFL season might be good. I think this NFL season might actually be somewhat entertaining and decent. I really do. Because I think you're going to have a lot of teams that are... Because it was Buffalo and the Eagles. That's it. And then towards the end, you got, Kansas City started pulling through. But at the end of the day, Buffalo and Philly were the only 2 good, consistent teams that continuously won every single week. And it was those 2 and then just everyone else. And we've had that in college football before where it's just, 2-3 teams and then there's everyone else. And I feel like you got a close battle there this year as far as competition. I feel like the competition is going to be pretty close this year. And the clock rules, right? Games have been going a lot quicker. So I got a really cool stat that I put out. It was 4 and 12 on the over and under. So 4 overs and 12 unders. Under bettors got paid this week. All right. And home or away dogs were something crazy. I got these stats written down here. That's the first couple weeks of football. And I'm Sunday, I wasn't even going to put anything in. And at the last minute, I'm you know what? You miss all the shots you don't take. I felt really good at San Francisco. You're going to give me San Francisco at 2-3 points. I'm going to take it any day. I don't care if they're away or at home. And why I also did like that is because it wasn't a turf. It was an outside grass field, and that's what they play in. But 4 and 12 over and unders. 4 overs, 12 unders. The big stat was road teams were 12 and 4 at the spread. And 10 and 6 straight up. 10 for 6 straight up. That's crazy. So, the score of the Eagles game, I have 24 17. 24-17 the Eagles is the score that I came up with. We'll see what happens. See how close or not close I get. 24-17. I'm going to put that down right here again. 24-17. We'll see how close I get to see how close we can get to it. When we start getting into we get we get to that 5th, 6th week, just before half season. It is possible for you to literally come up with the exact, just about the same score. There's going to be some fluke instances where a quarterback gets hurt, like Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know. So I'm going to use the restroom and go I got my water right here. I'm going to throw this away, and I'll be right back, guys. I still think the S&Ps are going to pull themselves back. Doesn't seem like they're in a hurry to do so. But on the hourly chart, stochastics and everything is just overbought. When we started the day today, stochastics and stuff like that on the hourly chart were actually right in the middle. Right? Not oversold, not overbought. I'm going to throw up the Qs. If there's any tickers or anything you guys want me to put up here, just let me know and I'll throw them up on the charts. And I was really, so a lot of the videos I've put out, because I'm, there's a little bit of educational curve and editing videos and stuff. I was really happy with the video I put out last night. I really was. I watched it back and I didn't have to turn it. If I have to turn my own stuff, that means it's, you know, it's, I don't need to say anymore. If I watch the video and content that I put out and I turn it, why would someone else watch it? But I thought last night's stream, it was really good. If you haven't caught it, I would go check it out. I don't know. I was really happy with the way the video turned out yesterday. I want to start focusing more on just being able to come up with trade ideas and, talking about sentiment, taking questions, and for anybody that, is still new at this or something and wants help or whatever. And I want to start being able to just have everything ready. Here's our support. Here's our resistance. Here's my thoughts on this. This is the stock I'm looking at today, and here's why. I know there was some news with Moderna. Not news, but it was it was being talked about there a little while ago. I don't know why I just thought about that. Yeah, it's a big move. So, I don't know if you guys heard or not. There was, what was the company? Shit, I can't think of the company. So you had BP, the CEO of BP left, Starbucks left, CEO for Starbucks, and I thought there was another one today. Oh, Binance. So all these CEOs are leaving, guys. So I'm curious to know if they're all leaving because they know that this market's about to sell off, and the only way that they can cash out, and not necessarily cash out, but, cash out per se, is to quit or get fired, right? Is to resign. Because maybe they have to continuously hold it, whether it's a 401k or Roth IRA. This will give them the opportunity to be able to take these. We got another chance back at highs. Maybe they don't have too much faith in the rest of the year. That's just my tinfoil hat speaking, right? This is not a coincidence that you get 3 CEOs back to back to back all resigning. There's a reason why. And I don't think anyone's talked about it. Maybe somebody has, but I haven't heard anything about any of them. I just wonder if it's a playbook to, go on, get the money and run. Go on, get the money and run. For anyone that doesn't know, that's The Who. It's a song. I think it's The Who. I don't think it's the Doobie Brothers. As a matter of fact, I know it. Take the money and run. Who sings Take the Money and Run? If I don't get the... Oh, Steve Miller Band. That's right. Steve Miller Band. I'm ashamed of myself that I did not know that. Or not that I didn't know that, but I got that wrong. Shame on me. I'll be right back, guys. GM news, guys. They did the 20%. That still doesn't mean Ford did it. That could get us a pop. It could. I feel like that's big news. Hey. What? Don't give me it. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to yell on the mic. Did it just halt? Nobody... Did nobody get that news? Nobody get the memo? That's so weird. Nobody's getting the memo. Wonder if Ford's moving off of that. Nope, they don't care. Alright. I'll be right back. Alright, I threw some laundry in. I had to throw some laundry in. I'm surprised there's even people here still. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Yeah. Alright, so let me get my stuff up here. What do we have? What do we have? Arm seems... Let's see. COSM, let's see. Let's see, team. What we got going on here? Why do I have... What's up, Ray? Why do I have Ford up? That's because of the GM news. But that's not Ford. So, I'm unsure if GM actually bounced. It did have a little bounce. But they bought the dip anyway. So, I was outside for just a minute. I was thinking about just, like, you know, going back to... Oh my gosh, we broke the damn level. And look, here we go. Now we're going to start getting the selling, and it's like, okay, y'all need to settle down a little bit, and the sellers are coming in. Y'all need to settle down a little bit. Y'all doing way too much right now. We got to let y'all know we're still here. Right? We're still here. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say... I need to have JP Morgan over here, so I need to have some type of banks. I'm upset that I didn't capitalize on JP Morgan today, man, and stuck to the plan because I accidentally forgot about it. I don't accidentally forget, but you know, ADHD is a bit you know what. So I still want to see if we can get a pullback here. I really do. I want to see if we can get a pullback into this level and like test it. So we had a breakout, which is, oh man. Wow, we did retest. We're just break, retest, bang. Wow, I can't believe it. So that was a sucker move to just rip face into a double top. What do I think? What do I think here? Look at the decreasing volume, and it's still going up. I mean, is it just me? Let me take this off so we can really see what the volume is. And you can't, there's no denying the Volt ratio. It's telling you that, you know, you're having a continuation day. This 2 number, right? Once you get up here, past here, and you open up close to it and like go, like that's a real momentum strength type of day. Now, does the advanced decline line also make up for that? It doesn't. It actually is going down. So there's divergence there, right? There's more stocks making new lows than making new highs. It's trying to turn itself around and go up. Yes, it's trying it, but there's more buying than there is selling, and that's why, because the sellers stepped away. The sellers just stepped away. They're letting them bid it up so that they can possibly take profits, like at a higher price, I would assume. And we actually have not tested this level yet. As far as like to make it resistance. 449 area. So that seems to be wow, unbelievable. And I think that was I think 451 was the top. Yeah, I think that's the... I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say I think anything, because I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what life is right now with what's going on. We've just had some big data sets, and the market's climbing higher. I got to do some research and figure out why. All right, I understand that this may be because the Fed's done raising, right? But we don't know if they're done raising until they say they're done raising. Or that, like, it's not that they gotta say it, but you know, it's just weird. It's so freaking weird. Semis are having a red day, so that's something to take note of, right? We get some kind of weakness. You want to, you want to know where you want to be. And I've been liking Nvidia. So this is AMD that I'm on right now. Let me pull up an hourly chart, if not the 30-minute. Is that a break and retest? Let me see. Not a break and retest, but is it finding support? Whoa, boom, boom, boom. I mean, this is your middleman right here, guys. This level right here is your middleman. That is the middleman. I'm pretty sure it's that one. Boom, right there. And you can see. Right? Wrong? Yeah, no. I mean, because it's in a downtrend. So it's like. It's weird. Are we going to get a weird Friday where the market does get some volume and, like, decide to have some type of momentum? I doubt it, because if it hasn't done it with this data set, then why would it do it on a random Friday with random numbers? See what this China data has to bring. Man, I'm speechless.
Strategic investors such as AMD, Apple, Google, Nvidia, and others. ARM's trading today bodes well for the other IPOs in the pipeline. We've got grocery delivery service Instacart, marketing automation platform Klaviyo, and shoemaker Birkenstock on deck. Now, as for what it does to truly pry open the IPO window, well, that remains to be seen. Maybe you want to ask me this question the same time next week. We may have a few more data points, Scott, but it certainly doesn't hurt things.
No, it doesn't. We'll have to see. I mean, how things transpire. The names on the list that you just gave us, along with many others, are in the pipeline. You figure, Leslie, just waiting for the absolute right moment, whether this brings it or not, is anyone's guess, correct?
That's right. I mean, the unique thing about this deal is this company was founded, ARM was founded in 1990. So it's an older company. It's an established company. It was solely owned by SoftBank. It's not one of those venture
ARM holding, staying up there. So ARM's holding up.
not profitable and looking at total addressable market in the future. I mean, this isn't that kind of an IPO that we became accustomed to, say, in 2021 during the last peak. This one is, it's older. It's not even growing. It's actually shrinking its top and bottom line, although they do have some new markets, particularly those in AI that they've marketed to investors. So, you kind of take this one in a category of its own. It'll be interesting to see with the deals next week that are more venture-backed and more in that category that we're used to with tech IPOs.
Yeah, maybe a better barometer there. Leslie, thank you. That's Leslie Picker covering ARM all day for us. Let's bring in now Amy Kong with Corian for a look at how she is playing the IPO markets. Good to see you. You agree that this is more of an idiosyncratic case rather than a sign of a true thaw of the tech IPO market?
Yeah, I think we do need to watch the market.
Tired. This market's fucking putting me to sleep. See if we hold this double top. I'll be back in 1 second. I gotta use the restroom and might make a little bite to eat real quick. I don't think I burned the roof of my mouth enough yet, so let me go get some more. Just wait, guys. We'll get some volatility again. September's normally a slow month, all right? Doesn't have to go down, but it can be slow. All right, so that's a good sign that we did not hold that double top there. Why do I continue to leave my screens like this, guys? I do apologize. Nice resistance area here for AMD. I may look at that. I may look at that for a small swing trade and see if we can see. That's only $1 or so. I'd have to look at the you know, I do like this area down here at 104.93, but that's still 105. You know, it's, who's to say it doesn't just come along and bounce right here off yesterday's high, which it's still doing, but it's just weak on the day. So you guys, you know what I'm saying? Take it easy, guys. Just, you know, you got to be patient. It's that time of the month. Half of the battle is like not getting emotional that the market really isn't moving. You know, even small caps I don't think did much. Maybe they did. I'm not sure. But you got to just be patient. You got to be patient. We're getting ready to come into the wintertime when things really start to heat up. Give me 1 second. I'm not going anywhere, but just give me 1 second. But again, I want to recover the SPY. The S&Ps right now are up 0.8%. And what was the percentage I gave you guys? Literally to a T. I gave you guys, it was 0.8%. And I said that's doable. Both to the downside and upside. That 444, I think it was, and 450. I said that was very doable in a day. And we did it. So one second. I just gotta grab a napkin. I'll be right back, and we'll close this bell. So tonight I'm going to go through and I'm going to cover a whole lot of stuff. And I will come back on the live stream for tonight and I'm going to have levels and I'm going to have a clear game plan for for next week. Like for Friday and then going into next week so that we can we can make something happen, guys. You know, I know a couple of you guys had a rough day today. I can tell you guys right now, if AMD bounces towards the bell, this was a very low volume. Let's not get it confused. We need a reason for sellers to really step in here. And I think that reason would be a bounce back to 107.60 area, this previous resistance. Maybe they jam it the last few minutes. Look at them jamming it to the upside on the volume, guys. Let's look at a 5-minute chart. And we'll pull up a 15-minute chart. That way we know where the volume really is and who's in control, but we know it should be the buyers. I mean, hey, looky there. You know, that volume's falling off, so that 3-minute could mess you up. That's why you got to look at different time frames to come up with, you know, what's going on. So this previous pivot broke. We would look to eventually maybe stay up here next week, come back down and retest and do something. Because I don't understand what the hell's going on right now. I really don't. It's not too bad a volume there on the 15-minute. I mean, like, not like it's a great volume, but that's a lower high on a new high. Right here. Right? They're still buying the dip on Amazon. cruise stocks. I forgot about them. Was there... I'm going to talk with my mouth full. Was there any type of news today, guys? I guess not, other than the data. I've got Delta, Visa, and cruise stocks and data. Stu, you never post the winner. Holy cow, look at that. According to Bloomberg Economics, also note that U.S. and European cocaine consumers are seeing rising prices despite flat wholesale prices. Sellers, inflation, prices strike again. You go, it's a tragedy, he said. Holy, high cocaine export revenue poised to keep rising. Where do they get the data from? Did they just hit the block? Can we just... Cocaine exports, save images, cocaine exports. Now the Fed's gonna come and get me. Cocaine exports. Oh my God, this is so sad. You know what I mean? These addicts don't have money as it is. If you want to get that product up and out of there, say, look, we brought our prices down. Everybody else brought theirs up. You go to the dollar store, bread's $20. You get an 8-ball from me, it's $40. I don't know what an 8-ball, you know, I don't know what, if it's hundreds, I'm just saying. Who logs this? I'm sorry. They accounted cocaine for 5.3% of GDP. Cocaine exports revenues have averaged about 2.6% of Colombian GDP. They need to just make this shit legal, whether people agree to do it or not. It's not like this is going to stop anyone. In my opinion, you should. It would at least cut down all the killing in the cities. You're still going to have it, but there's nothing to be fighting over. Not that they don't kill each other for no reason. People don't kill each other for no reason, but you'll have less issues in the inner city and having places for people to go, and you know what I mean. Whether we agree with it or do listen, I don't do drugs, but guess what? I'm not anybody to tell someone else what they can and can't do with themselves, whether it's the right decision or the wrong decision. Now you get the whole population starting to do that stuff when things go bad. That's a whole different story, but you don't want anyone to ever go down that road. That's for damn sure, because you want people to actually make something of themselves and innovate and, contribute and stuff like that. But, they can't even get weed right. So why would they get any of this right? It's likely to continue given the lenient policies of the current administration. Given the lenient policies of the current administration. There was cocaine in the White House. I mean, come on. Wow. Locked in. All right, I got to hear this. So, yeah, that's it, guys. We got 10 minutes to the bell. You know, just hang in there. Just hang in there. I know there was a couple accidents today, but I'm gonna do my damnedest to help find us that, you know, that deep value, something that's really not talked about. That's got a really good setup.
Just to put this T-shirt on, the Kelly Green Reggie White T-shirt. I had like chills this morning. I'm thinking about the game. I'm thinking about how the defense is going to play. Are we going to run the ball? Is just to put this T-shirt on, the Kelly Green Reggie White T-shirt. I had like chills this morning. I'm thinking about the game. I'm thinking about how the defense is going to play. Are we going to run the ball? Is Jalen Hurts going to play better than he did last week? Because he didn't have a Jalen Hurts game. I mean, everybody knows that. So they got to clean up their mistakes. We have a lot of injuries tonight. But DeAndre Swift, I think he's really going to step up for the Birds. And 6-point win.
You're calling it.
My prediction.
All right, I like that. So how are you going to last this whole time? You got a long way to go here.
Well, listen, this is what I do. I'm usually the first one down here. You go to sleep early. I went to bed early last night. You get up and you know what you got. Like my tickets are in the end zone. I'm in section 128. I'm right there, 20 rows from the field. Why wouldn't you want to be down here for a game like this? Come on, this is prime time.
It's the Vikings.
The whole world
Who
gets
gives
to
a
see
shit?
the Eagles play. So let's go.
Jay Norvell, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. Get 'em. Get 'em. Throwing shots. He's jealous. He's just trying to get famous like Dion. He want to be Dion so damn bad. I still don't know, actually. Why did you go live? Or why did you go public? Never mind. Fudge it. All right, so let's see here, guys. I gotta find that notification from you, Bingo, because I have to go look. Let me go see if it's let's see. Oh, here we go. I got it. Awesome. I got it. Awesome. So I'm gonna check that video out, Bingo. Guys, hang in there. You know, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We got to, we got to figure out, how to not make these mistakes again. Mistakes are always going to happen. We can't let it damage us and kill us, right? We put our foot on the pedal when we see a clear, defined setup, as in, a reverse head and shoulders, a cup and handle, intraday, just anything, right? We pull back here. And you see the S&Ps sitting around 447, and they're not going anywhere. It's not dropping, right? Chances are you might want to take that long, right? You want to, so, like I said, tonight I'm going to do a lot of work and to look around the market, and I'm talking look under every little tree stump, or whatever you want to call it, every little nook and cranny of the market. I'm going to try and cover and see if I can't find us some good opportunity here. Sometimes you do got to wait, though. It's like, but there's always something to be had. There really is. I don't care what anybody said. There's always something and it's just people may not be talking about the company or anything. So what I'm going to do again is is run through this market and see if I can't help us find a really nice setup and take it into next week and to see what we can't do. The week's not over. We still do have one more day. We still do have Michigan consumer numbers. Maybe they start trying to close out positions tomorrow. We've seen a little bit of rotation today. A little bit, right? You're seeing a little bit of rotation out of semiconductors, it feels like. Boeing got, I really wish we got this trade, but I didn't know it was happening. All right. So, I mean, I didn't even look at Netflix today. I didn't look at Starbucks either. So, yeah. Alright, guys. The market's about to close here in 5 minutes. I will post the live stream, and around 7:30, 8 o'clock, I'm going to come on a little bit earlier. Oh, I have an appointment to take her to the vet, so I might be a little late tonight, actually. So let me backtrack that statement. I'm still going to, when I get home, I'm still planning on looking, because I need to make something happen myself, and I've had some small base hits and stuff, but I want to take advantage. I wanted to get short up here, but this, trying to get short and it falling and then coming right back up. If you never took profits, I'm pretty sure 450 was the area. So we'll see tomorrow where we are if we're still above 450. If we're still above 450 tomorrow, all right. So we know at today's high we got sellers at 451. So I really appreciate you guys. I will post the live as soon as when I get back. If it's too late, it's too late, So thank you guys for joining us. If you could, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. I love y'all, fam. Please, just take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. Take a deep breath, and we'll just get back to work, and we'll just focus on the goal. We got a number. Our job is to make that number bigger. How do we do it? Doesn't matter how much bigger. Just keep getting the wins. Win, 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 win. Win, win, win. Lock in profit, lock in profit, lock in profit. I love y'all. I'll see you guys later.